Chapter 2200. In this battle, the people brought by Ziqin all made contributions and killed several saints. This time, Ziqin himself turned the tide. Not only did he save the Yu clan, but he also saved the entire Dei star zone. This was a disaster that affected the entire star zone. Unfortunately, no one knew about it. Ziqin deserved to be called a hero and should be worshipped by everyone. The light shield above the Yu clan trembled, and the flame restriction dissipated. The Yu clan cultivators inside cheered and rushed out of the city. They came with anticipation and gratitude. However, they didn't see a hero. They only saw a black hole in the ground. The hero was shouting for help in the black hole. Everyone's excited expression froze. They were stunned. There was a huge gap between their mood and before. I said, "Stop laughing. Get me out of here." Ziqin's voice came from the ground. Xingqian and the others were still laughing. The members of the Moon clan who had just arrived also smiled knowingly. The heroic image of Ziqin in their hearts had also collapsed. Although he didn't have that heroic image, Ziqin's weight in their hearts didn't decrease at all. Instead, they felt closer to Ziqin. Moon Ancestor. The beautiful middle-aged woman jumped down from the city wall for the first time. The Yu clan cultivators around her bowed. She came to the entrance of the black hole and looked down at Ziqin. "Greetings, Moon Ancestor." Xingqian and the others knew who she was and immediately bowed respectfully. "How's Ziqin?" Moon Ancestor asked. "There's a force blocking us." "We can't get him out," Xingqian said. The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded. She raised her hand and pointed at the black hole. A bright beam of moonlight energy gushed out from her fingertip and extended toward the black hole below. After a while, Ziqin's body turned sideways and was lifted up by the beam of moonlight energy. Previously, everyone had tried many methods, but failed to get Ziqin to come out. Now that the Moon Ancestor had arrived, Ziqin had successfully come out. This caused waves of cheers. Ziqin's expression was still very awkward. His right arm hung limply. After he appeared, he smiled at the crowd and was about to bow to the Moon Ancestor. Unfortunately, half of his body could not move. "Your situation is too special, so there's no need for formalities. Follow me into the city." The Moon Ancestor led Ziqin and the others into the city, while the other Moon clan cultivators followed behind them excitedly. The Moon clan's crisis this time was resolved just like that. The cultivators of the Yu clan all appeared in the city and looked at these people with gratitude. "Mingyue, bring them to their accommodations first," the Moon Ancestor ordered. Mingyu nodded and led them to the hall. Ziqin and the Moon Ancestor went deeper into the Moon clan. Ziqin's right arm was very heavy, as though it contained a mountain. He could not move it at all. The energy in his body could not extend to his right arm either. His entire arm was as heavy as a cripple. As he walked forward, he sensed that the cauldron of creation was trembling more and more vigorously. It seemed to be very excited. Ziqin tried to call out to Cauldron Spirit, but did not receive any response from it. The Moon Ancestor led Ziqin to the core area of the Moon clan. There was a simple and unadorned black castle. The castle was very large and sturdy. However, there were no rooms in the castle. There were no upper and lower floors either. It was like a huge, meticulously decorated warehouse. At the very center of the castle was a huge furnace that was several meters wide. The bottom of the furnace was densely covered with glowing magical matrices. The magical matrices almost covered the entire floor of the castle. A terrifyingly high temperature surged out from the furnace. "Elder, this is..." Ziqin's heart skipped a beat when he saw the unadorned furnace. His expression was one of indescribable astonishment. "This is the other part of the cauldron of creation left behind by Wuji," the Moon Ancestor said as he looked at the furnace. "The Moon clan has been relying on this thing to protect themselves all these years." Ziqin had learned from Qingnu that Wuji had taken away the core of the cauldron of creation. Now It seemed that this furnace was the core of the cauldron of creation. Radiance flickered around Zi Chen's body. The cauldron of creation flew out from the furnace. It exuded an ancient and vast aura. After it appeared, it trembled uncontrollably. The huge furnace that was burning above the magical matrices in front of them also began to tremble, causing the restrictive formations in the area to tremble. The Moon Ancestor was not surprised by this scene. He said calmly, "If you let the two fuse now, the cauldron of creation will indeed become even more powerful. However, you do not have the strength to control it. You can only leave it there forever." The cauldron of creation was of great use to Zi Qin at this moment. Naturally, he could not leave it there. With a thought, Zi Qin tried to summon the cauldron spirit and forcibly put the cauldron of creation into the cauldron of creation. The other cultivators in the cauldron of creation were also drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment ago, they felt the temperature in the world suddenly rise sharply. The high temperature actually made them feel an intense sense of danger. You have just fused with the right arm of the God of creation. The energy in the cauldron of creation has not been sealed. That is why there are such uncontrollable factors. Now, I will help you seal the right arm of the God of creation, said the Moon Ancestor. Thank you, Elder. Zi Qin saluted respectfully with one hand. The Moon Ancestor formed a seal with both hands. Under the control of the moonlight energy, Zi Chen's body slowly floated up and stopped at the top of the cauldron. Even with his current physique, he could still feel the terrifyingly high temperature at the top of the cauldron. If it were not for the protection of the Moon Ancestor's energy, Zi Chen would have been incinerated by the heat. Focus your mind and calm your qi. Seal it with me, the Moon Ancestor's voice sounded. Zi Chen closed his eyes and tried his best to sit cross-legged. The saint energy in his body began to gather. Then, like a small snake, it coiled around his right arm. During this process, Zi Chen sensed two types of energy from the outside world. One of them was the violent flame energy from the cauldron, while the other was the moonlight energy from the Moon Ancestor. These three types of energy were not under Zi Chen's control. Instead, they were under the Moon Ancestor's control. When they coiled around his arm, they formed strange runes that slowly enveloped Zi Chen's right arm. On Zi Chen's right arm, patterns appeared. They were like tattoos that were engraved on his arm and slowly spread across his entire right arm. The heavy feeling was also weakening bit by bit until Zi Chen could control his entire right arm again. Time passed, and soon 7 days had passed. The patterned tattoos had spread across Zi Chen's entire arm, and the heavy feeling had disappeared. Zi Chen opened his eyes and tried to move his newly controlled arm. He saw that the tattoos on his arm were slowly receding. How is it? The Moon Ancestor's voice sounded. It feels great. Zi Chen smiled and turned to look at the Moon Ancestor. Then he was stunned. The Moon Ancestor, whose body was originally solid, had now become a blurry shadow, just like the Yaozu in the past. Shi Yan was bewildered. Shortly after, he guessed the reason. He immediately looked regretful. Apparently, because of him, another ancestor-level character was about to fall. Seeing Zi Chen's expression, the Moon Ancestor's blurry face smiled. Because of this smile, the entire room was illuminated again. Seems like you've seen them and you know our situation. Zi Chen, you don't need to blame yourself. After the great battle that year, we're just a wisp of souls. We continue to stay in this world because we can't let go of our obsession. You've helped me let go of my obsession. I should thank you. Zi Chen shook his head. His face was filled with grief, but he couldn't say a word. He didn't understand these things. He only knew life and death. They were still alive, but because of him they had died. The end of death is life. Sometimes death is rebirth. I'm glad to see you today. Zi Chen, I'll leave the Moon Clan to you. I hope you can take them back to the Life Star. That's their real home. You have a big potential. You're even bigger than Wuji. Live well. This world will tremble because of your existence. We will meet again if fate allows it. The moon ancestor's last words arose. His blurry body vanished completely. Zichen was still sitting cross-legged above the stove, his face filled with grief. After a long time, he pulled himself together and jumped off the stove. He turned around to look at the universe original cauldron, which used to belong to the universe original cauldron. Then he turned around and walked out. At this moment, all the members of the Moon Clan were there. Mingyu was the leader. Apparently, they knew what had happened. Their faces were filled with grief. They understood the forefathers' situation. Thus, when the forefathers' last wisp of soul disappeared, they didn't blame Zichen. They just didn't want to part with him. Mingyu was so sad that she stepped forward to comfort Zichen. Zichen shook his head and pretended to be okay. "I'm okay. It's normal to grow old, get sick, and die." Xingchen understood Zichen's mood at this moment. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him. The Moon Clan's crisis was over. The Moon Ancestor was dead. He had given the entire Moon Clan to Zichen. Now, what they should do next was the problem they had to consider. If all the members of the Moon Clan left with Zichen, they couldn't take the core of the universe original cauldron with them. It was a real treasure. Zichen couldn't rest easy if he left it alone in this place. Thus, after contemplating for a while, Zichen decided to stay here for the time being. He wasn't the only one who had to stay. Everybody had to stay here. Thus, the cultivators who had stayed in the universe original cauldron were released. They had to stay in this city for a long time. Zichen also decided to continue cultivating in seclusion here for a while, striving to make a greater breakthrough in his strength. The fusion of the two sons of Xingchen also required some time to improve their battle strength. As for Zichen's injuries, they weren't serious this time. This wasn't because of Zichen's amazing recovery ability, but because when he sealed the right arm of the god, the energy that constantly spread out from the right arm nourished Zichen's body. His injuries were completely healed, and his physical body had improved a lot. The sudden decision to stay here was somewhat unexpected by the three siblings. Afterward, Zambo Haoming said that he wanted to go to the clan to see if there were any abnormalities. As for Zambo Haolin and Zambo Haochu, they had nothing to do all day and didn't take care of the clan. Fortunately, they stayed here. The three of them had contributed a lot this time, so Zichen didn't refuse, even though he had guessed Zambo Haoming's intentions. "Zichen, I know something about the Daf clan." Before leaving, Zambo Haoming took the initiative to look for Zichen. Chapter 2201. In the past few days, everyone seemed relaxed, but they were still worried about Daf Hill's true body. Daf Hill represented the Daf family. After suffering such a huge loss, he definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. The Daf family's fury was not something ordinary powers could bear. It was just like the boundless sex fury on the Martial Heaven continent. Very few powers could ignore it. Zichen wasn't familiar with the Daf family, but he knew how powerful they were. He had always been worried. Right now, the rumors of the Daf family outside are extremely powerful and mysterious. The people from the Daf family rarely appear in the world. Very few people have seen them. They've practically become legends. However, as far as I know, the reason why the Daf family did not appear in the world is because they suffered enormous losses back then. Because of that, the Daf family had no choice but to completely seal themselves off. Even now, they are unable to come out in full strength, Zambo Haoming said. "You mean?" Zichen looked at him. "Even if Daf Hill wants revenge, he won't be able to come out in a short time. If he can come out, he won't be here with his true body," said Zambo Haoming. Zichen had his doubts about this as well. He didn't understand why the other party had sent his clone here, and why he had brought two treasures with him. Now that Zambo Haoming had explained it to him, Zichen finally understood. It was worth mentioning that Xingchen had already given the Void King tree to Zichen, and Zichen had no intention of declining it. It meant too much to him. With it, Zichen could fight against two Void King trees. Zambo Haoming left, but the information he gave was still very useful to Zichen. It came from the harmonious spirit master he had met in the past. It was quite credible. Daf Hill wouldn't be able to come out in a short time. This so-called short time wasn't 2 or 3 months, nor was it 2 or 3 years. It might even be 2 or 300 years. Such a long period of time was enough for Zichen to build a team of saints here. Moreover, once Xingchen and the others made a full breakthrough, their battle strength would rise in a straight line. Not to mention whether they would be able to fight those above their level. At least they would be able to easily slaughter most of the saints. The Moon Clan city was large enough for Zichen's people to live in. After releasing these people from the universal origin cauldron, Zichen began refining the Void Monarch tree. This was an advanced version of the Void tree. It could be placed in one's own world, and its energy would recover very quickly. For Zichen, who had a doppelganger that was no weaker than his main body, this was a priceless treasure. The next step was to refine it. This process was a little slow, and the seemingly gentle Void Monarch tree resisted strongly when Zichen tried to refine it. Swish! Swish! The Void Monarch book swayed continuously, and the energy within it began to surge, forming an energy storm that raged in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen's golden soul stood outside the storm, looking at the Void Monarch tree's sudden increase in resistance. He was very surprised. In the outside world, the energy between heaven and earth was constantly converging towards Zichen's residence, forming a huge energy vortex. The violent energy fluctuation also alarmed many people here. These people quickly flew over, but they could no longer see Zichen's residence. All they could see was the surging energy of heaven and earth. The energy was almost tangible, and it flooded Zichen's room. The energy vortex was still expanding, and the energy it contained made these heavenly realm cultivators' hearts palpitate. What's going on? Mingyu, who had just arrived, asked curiously. It should be Zichen refining the Void Monarch tree, Xingchen said as he looked at the scene before him. Although the Void Monarch tree was not as miraculous as the Rainbow Sacred tree, it had its own extraordinary functions. Not only could it replenish the energy consumed by heavenly realm cultivators, but it could also replenish saint power. Its effect might not be as powerful as the Rainbow Sacred tree, but the two were of the same grade. Zichen tried to probe with his perfect spiritual thoughts, but he was bounced back by the energy storm again and again. The storm was temporarily not aggressive and could only prevent Zichen's spiritual thoughts from entering. However, once the storm completely occupied Zichen's sea of consciousness, Zichen's sea of consciousness would definitely be shattered under the storm's rampage. With a faint smile, Zichen's figure flashed, and his body shone with brilliant golden light. He rushed directly to the center of the storm, where the Void Monarch tree's main body was. The Void Monarch tree trembled, and the energy storm it formed became even more terrifying. Zichen, who was moving forward, felt an extremely strong resistance. This resistance slowed his body down, and there were fluctuations in this resistance that targeted the soul. During this time, Zichen tried to use his extreme speed, but it was useless. Within the range of the storm, the space was completely dominated by the Void Monarch tree. Zichen had no choice but to retreat. Despite his failure, Zichen did not look dejected. Instead, he had a surprised smile. His spiritual thoughts were known to be perfect, and he had many privileges. If even Daf Hill could control a Void Monarch tree, how could Zichen, with his perfect spiritual thoughts, not be able to refine it? Standing outside the storm, he reached out his left hand. Golden light flashed in his palm, and a long golden saber with a scabbard appeared. This was a golden scabbard formed by his perfect spiritual thoughts. In the world of spiritual thoughts, its effect was almost the same as the black scabbard. He slowly placed his right hand on the scabbard. As the light surged, he unsheathed the saber. The golden saber light appeared, and it rushed forward, cutting open the storm in front of him. It continued forward in a straight line until it reached the Void Monarch tree. Then it turned into a pure spiritual thought and landed on the void monarch tree. The originally brilliant void monarch tree had an additional ray of golden light on its surface. In Zichen's spiritual sea, there was also an additional spiritual thought belonging to the void monarch tree. He waved his hand lightly, and the storm that had been cut open disappeared. The void monarch tree flew toward Zichen and entered his body. The storm around them grew stronger and more terrifying. Faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. This caused many people to have worried looks on their faces. But soon, they found that the storm's power was weakening. In just a few breaths, the storm had completely disappeared. The gathered spiritual chi of heaven and earth scattered like a dissipating rainbow. Zichen's residence reappeared. With a creak, the door opened, and Zichen walked out. Seeing that everyone was here, Zichen thought about how the void monarch tree had caused a great deal of pressure. He nodded at everyone. Xingchen and the others nodded in response. They didn't continue to say nonsense, like congratulations. They turned around and left. They all had their own things to do, and this kind of thing was not difficult for Zichen. Seeing that Zichen had walked out successfully, there was indeed nothing to congratulate. Diren, who was about to leave, was called by Zichen. The latter was stunned and turned to look at Zichen. The other Heaven Realm cultivators who were about to leave were also stunned when they heard Zichen call out to Diren. But soon, there was an obvious change in their expressions. Obviously, Zichen only had one purpose in calling out to Diren, and that was to let him find a suitable person to prepare to condense the Saint Crystal. When Diren walked out of Zichen's room, there was a hint of pride on his face. So, everyone was even more certain of their guess. They all surrounded him, trying to please him. This time, Zichen gave Diren a lot of spots. He also deliberately relaxed the rules for the number of spots. Of course, the premise was that he still had to choose from the strong. For this reason, Diren took 3 full days to decide on the candidates. Then, he brought the 2 of them into Zichen's room. After sensing the energy attributes of the 2, Zichen nodded at their nervous expressions. The 2 of them thanked him gratefully and left. 2 months later, above Zichen's residence, the laws of heaven and earth began to surge. The aura of saint power spread out and engulfed the entire moon city. The cultivators who sensed all of this walked out of their rooms. When they saw the scene in the sky, they revealed puzzled expressions. Some of them knew what was going on, and their expressions became extremely shocked. In particular, the 2 from the Zambu clan were so shocked that they were speechless. In just 2 months, Zichen had condensed a Saint Crystal. Although they could sense that the Saint Crystal didn't contain much laws, it was still a Saint Crystal. The formation of a Saint Crystal caused a shock. But in just 5 days, in Zichen's residence, the world changed again. Another Saint Crystal was formed. In just 5 days, even a god wouldn't be able to condense another Saint Crystal. This was something that everyone was sure of. However, such a situation could only mean one thing. There were 2 harmonious spirit masters here, but they knew very well that Zichen was the only one in the room. The answer was obvious. The other was Zichen's clone. The clone could condense a Saint Crystal. What level of clone was that? After Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu guessed this, they naturally became more and more shocked. The original Zichen couldn't condense a Saint Crystal with his clone. However, after obtaining the Void Monarch Tree, he could barely do it. It was just that the time needed was slightly slower. Moreover, he only condensed 5 types of laws, not the 8 types that Zichen condensed a few days ago. However, being able to succeed in one try was enough to prove that the clone had the same perception as Zichen's true body. One had to admit that the Buddhist sect's golden Arhat body was indeed extraordinary. When he thought of Buddhism, he would naturally think of the monk. He wondered how the monk was doing now. Therefore, Zichen thought of the monk's other divine abilities. Among them, there was the Buddhist sect's mantra. He had only learned 3 words, and was still halfway to go. Last time, he couldn't get the mantra from the monk. This time, Zi-Chun decided that once he met the monk, he must get all the mantra. Since he had already verified that his clone could condense a saint crystal on his own, Zi-Chen's true body began to fully cultivate and strive to break through to the saint realm as soon as possible. As for his clone, he began to condense a saint crystal with the help of the void monarch tree. Therefore, Zi-Chen began the longest period of seclusion since he came to the Star Road. It lasted for 10 years. Chapter 2202. 10 years was not a long time for a cultivator, but for the current Zi-Chen, it was a rare long period of seclusion. In the eyes of a cultivator, 10 years was almost the blink of an eye, but it was enough for a lot of things to happen. For example, in the Yu clan, according to the clone refining a saint crystal every 5 months on average, 10 years was enough to refine 24 saint crystals, which could create 24 saints. 10 years of continuous cultivation would allow Zi-Chen's body to become even stronger. With the support of many fortuitous encounters, saint force would fill his entire body. 10 years was enough for Brilliant to completely transform and become a true saint, not only with a saint body, but also with a saint realm. 10 years was also enough for the two sons of Xingqin to merge perfectly, making Xingqin a saint like Brilliant. They were special to begin with. Their physical saint energy was not cultivated step by step. Instead, it was condensed directly. 10 years was enough for them to fuse with it. As the moon maiden of the Yu clan, Mingyu also had a saint body. This was specially prepared for Mingyu by the moon ancestor. For some reason, Mingyu was unable to merge perfectly, but in these 10 years she had merged perfectly. Zi-Chen had not come out for 10 years and no one knew his realm, but if he was said to be the strongest in the team, then many people would doubt it. If Xingchen and the other two were the strongest, then many people would silently agree. In these short 10 years, in the blink of an eye, there were 3 more powerful saints in the Day Star region. In addition, there were nearly 10 more saints. Huan Kai had successfully entered the saint realm, and there were some others who had obtained saint crystals later, and they had also entered the saint realm. During this period, there were many who were refining saint crystals, and after a certain period of time, they would also enter the saint realm. Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu had stayed here for 10 years, and their progress was not small. In these 10 years, Zambu Haoming came every 3 years, but he did not see Zi-Chen. The reason why he was so diligent was naturally because of the saint's might that had appeared in this part of the sky over the past 10 years. Zi-Chen's speed and success rate in condensing saint crystals was astonishingly high, making Zanbu Haoming somewhat restless and eager to trade with Zi-Chen a few times. It was a pity that Zi-Chen had been in seclusion for 10 years and had not taken a single step outside. The only person who could see him was Darren. 10 years wasn't a long time, but many things could happen. The outsiders could successfully break through the barrier of the Martial Heaven continent and invade on a large scale. Right now, the Martial Heaven continent was embroiled in the flames of war. But because of Su Mingyao's Great Net plan, all the cities had seals above them. There were also teleportation matrices in the cities. As long as they had enough resources, a Heaven Realm cultivator could reach any designated location within a day. The mortals of this world had all been moved to small worlds, while the villages, towns, and other forces had all been moved to cities. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, aside from the forces and sects, there were only magnificent cities left. These cities all had Heaven Realm experts overseeing them. Aside from these Heaven Realm experts, existences like the Devil Ape, Longhu, and Barbarian Dragon were constantly shuttling between the cities. Once a city was in danger of being breached, they would immediately rush over to provide support. As these people continued to provide support, over time they were respectfully called Celestials. These outsiders were unable to destroy the Martial Heaven continent in a short time, and they could not waste their advantage in numbers. Therefore, they directly entered the Martial Heaven continent to fight. But when they arrived here, the situation was very different from what they had imagined. The people here were already prepared, and their defenses had also taken shape. The cities were like turtles that had retreated into their shells, making it impossible for the outsiders to find an opportunity to attack. Once they gathered a certain amount of troops and prepared to break through the seals above a city, many Heaven Realm experts would quickly appear. All of them flew out of the city. Their numbers were relatively small, but their combat power was incomparably great. When they fought against Heaven Realm experts, they could practically slaughter those in the same realm. Therefore, as soon as they entered this world, these outsiders met with trouble, a very big trouble. Even if their target was only a very small city, they would still encounter powerful existences that could slaughter Heaven Realm experts, causing them to suffer heavy losses. For a time, the outsiders were in a state of panic. They were all guessing how many terrifying experts there were on this continent. In the Martial Heaven continent, when facing the invasion of the outsiders, with the help of the Celestials, they saved many people and helped many cities to resolve the crisis. Among them, there were many existences that they were familiar with. They were also existences that had always been famous, such as the heaven-rending devil ape, the evil good monk, and so on. Other than that, there was also an extremely special existence. They were once looked down upon by others, but now they also had a respectable name, and that was the Night Walker. They were assassins that hid in the darkness. But unlike many years ago, they no longer tried to assassinate human cultivation geniuses. Instead, they all turned their targets to the invading outsiders. After they killed someone, they would always collect the enemy's head at the first moment. During that time, they would not let go of even one. However, some people found that when these people collected the heads, they would only collect the heads that they had killed. As for the heads that others had killed, they wouldn't even ask about them. As time passed, these people killed more and more outsiders. Adding on the fact that their individual combat power was so great and they were so elusive, they began to be respected by others. They became Night Walkers on the same level as the heaven-rending devil ape and the others. Su Mengyao was overseeing the Everlasting Sect. As one of the Martial Heaven continent's major powers, as well as the Heaven Defier Zi Chen's power, they naturally received special treatment from the outsiders. However, this sect had far more experts than the outsiders had expected. From the start of the battle, they had never taken the initiative to retreat. Each time, they would send out an army of experts to fight the outsiders head-on. This region could be said to be the most miserable place in the entire southern region. The majority of the outsiders' forces were held here. Su Mengyao and Zi Chen's close female friends would go to battle almost every time, personally participating in the battle. Their power was shocking. After being unable to take down the outsiders for a long time, the outsiders had no choice but to request for the Heaven Defiers to return. Although many Heaven Defiers had been scared away by Zi Chen back then and had stepped onto the star path, there were still some who remained in the outsiders' territory waiting for orders. These Heaven Defiers were all powerful. After entering the Martial Heaven continent, they had caused quite a bit of trouble. On the same day, 2 cities had been captured. The formations in those cities had been destroyed in an instant. The majority of the cultivators in those cities had already left, but there were still quite a few who had died. However, on that day, the outsiders had also lost 2 Heaven Defiers. One of them had been killed by the heaven-rending devil ape, while the other had been assassinated by the Night Walkers. Weren't these Heaven Defiers scared away by Zi Chen? How dare they come here? They're simply courting death. Hearing the news, Evil Good and Evil slammed the table and stood up. He directly left the city to find the Heaven Defiers. In the entire world, everyone knew that Zi Chen was powerful and could kill Heaven Defiers. However, no one knew that Evil Good and Evil Good was much stronger than Zi Chen. He had even dealt with Zi Chen. Because Zi Chen's edge had been too dazzling, he had almost become a foil. Now that Zi Chen was gone, Evil Good and Evil Good's era had finally arrived. In one day, he had killed 3 Heaven Defiers. In other places, the heaven-rending devil ape, Formation Master LV Peng, and the others were also killing Heaven Defiers. 10 years was enough time for those cultivators who bore the mission of saving people and searching for opportunities to enter the true star path. Man Shi, Shen Tiandao, and the others had been fighting along the way. It was very difficult for them to survive. They firmly believed that there would be opportunities to become saints on the star path. They firmly believed that the star path would be very beautiful and that they would be able to find Zichen. They were accompanied by many people along the way. During the journey, they would encounter many companions. The group was growing and shrinking as if it was an endless cycle. When they walked out of the star path and saw many shining planets, they cheered and roared excitedly, thinking that they had ushered in a new life. Unfortunately, what awaited them was destruction, crazy destruction. As far as they could see, all the cultivators that appeared were enemies. These enemies were all crazy and killed as soon as they saw them. Although they had killed along the way, they still couldn't get used to this way of killing. After losing some companions, Man Shi and the others finally became bloodthirsty and began to kill these people. Like the outsiders, as long as they could see a cultivator, as long as they didn't come from a life star, they would kill them on sight. The star path showed them the cruelest side, but it also showed them the strong side. Half-saints and false saints could appear at any time, and their battle strength was very strong. Man Shi and the others' group was shrinking. They began to flee in the star path. They could only rely on plundering to recover their energy. They couldn't find places to trade because the cultivators in those trading places would also attack them. Therefore, when they ran out of resources, they would plunder the trading places and slaughter all the living creatures in the trading places. Their numbers were getting smaller and smaller, but they were gradually familiarizing themselves with the rules of the star path. After 10 years of seclusion, Zichen finally came out. He opened his eyes and stretched. His bones made a sound like frying beans. His whole body was shining. It was the light of Saint Power. The light of Saint Power filled every part of his body. Now, Zichen was fully deserving of being a saint. His physical body had already condensed all of the Saint Power. However, he was still thousands of miles away from the legendary level where his body and bones were comparable to saint weapons. It was very difficult to reach this level. Even Xingqian and the others hadn't reached this level yet, but they could still be called saints. After 10 years of seclusion, Zichen had become a saint. Walking out of the cauldron of all things origin, Zichen saw his clone in the hall. Because of the void monarch tree, the clone didn't dissipate after 10 years. In these 10 years, the clone had a deeper understanding of harmonious spirit master. Seeing Zichen, the clone smiled and then merged with Zichen's real body. The clone's understanding in these 10 years would become Zichen's understanding at this moment. Chapter 2203. Walking out of the room, he announced the end of his seclusion. Zichen's results were not small, and so were the others. Zichen quickly gathered Xingqian and the others. After sensing the changes in their auras, he was quite surprised and nodded in satisfaction. In addition to Xingqian and the others, the rest of the saints had also come. In addition to Zambo Haochu and Zambo Haolin, there were a total of 15 saints here. Such a huge lineup surprised Zichen a little. With his physical body becoming a saint, there was no point in continuing to stay here. Zichen had gathered everyone to discuss the matter of going to the next star field. "Sir, we have been waiting for a long time," Huan Kai said with a smile. The other saints also nodded, looking very excited. "Go to the Nephis star field." Zambo Haolin was slightly startled when she heard Zichen's words. She pursed her lips as if she had something to say. "That star field is called the Nephis star field." The others looked at Zambo Haolin because they had never stepped out of Moon City in all these years, so they naturally did not know this. Zambo Haolin nodded and said, "In the past, this star field had other names, but as time passed, it has been forgotten. Everyone who mentions that star field will call it the Nephis star field." Zambo Haolin's expression became solemn. "I suggest that when you go to that star field, it's best to bring fewer heaven realms with you." "Why?" Zichen looked at her in confusion. That star field is different from the star field here. They are already considered the central region of the star path. The killings there are more cruel, and there are many forces. Most importantly, they belong to the radical faction of the star path. They have a natural hatred for existences from life stars. As long as the two sides meet, only one person can survive, Zambohaline said. There is such a place. Doesn't that mean that star field is the end of the road for cultivators from life stars? Zichen said with a surprised expression. It's true. As far as I know, after so many years, not many cultivators from the life stars could cross that star area and get to the deeper area. Even if they did, they were the best of the best. Zambohaline nodded and said, the forces of Sin Star area will send some people to monitor the void outside the star area. On the one hand, it's to deal with the fugitives. On the other hand, it's more to prevent the cultivators from the life stars from entering. When Zichan heard this, his good mood started to dissipate bit by bit. He seemed to see many cultivators being cruelly killed in the outskirts of the star domain, forbidding them to take a single step forward. He said in a low voice, "Tell me how many forces there are in the star domain, and whether there are any saint rulers." There are 3 overlord forces in Sin Star area. They are the Bessie family, the Connor family, and the Norman family. In these 3 families there are more than 10 saints, but they are all ordinary saints. There is no saint ruler. Zambohaline shook her head and said, "Now, whether there are any saint rulers on this star path is another matter. It is said that those experts were all killed by your teacher. Until now, there has been no news about saint rulers on this star path. There are also some rumors that the reason why Sin Star area hates people from life stars so much is because of your teacher's massacre that year." Zichin nodded and said indifferently, "It will be easier if there are no saint rulers." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since he had come to the star path, he had to do what he could. "What? Do you want to attack the 3 families?" Seeing the murderous intent in Zichen's eyes, Zambohaline said, "I advise you not to have such thoughts. It's not just the 3 families that are against you. The other alien races are the same. That place is a land of sin, a paradise for all the radicals. If you want to use the same method, it won't work. At that time, you will know that the enemies you are facing are not just the 3 forces, but all the lives in the star area." Zichin smiled coldly and said, "So what? If worst comes to worst, we'll just annihilate that star region and completely sink it. If a star area disappears completely, it will attract the attention of the existence in the depths of the star area. To you, the loss outweighs the gain," reminded Zambohaline. Zichin already knew that this was just the beginning of the star path. There was no way back. If he wanted to return to the Heaven Marshall continent, he had to go deeper. Anyway, he had to go deeper. The Sin Star area was a tumor that targeted life stars. He had to remove it. However, considering what Zambohaline had said, Zichin had to face this problem seriously. Thus, he decided to go deeper. He didn't want to take everyone with him. Moreover, the other half of the universe origin cauldron was still here. He couldn't abandon this place. Thus, Zichan decided to leave some people behind and take the others with him. Of course, those who stayed behind were the alien space pirates who were willing to follow him. Zichin only took 20 of them. He would take the rest of the slaves he had rescued. Among the Glory Clan and the Moon Clan, Zichan would also choose some of the stronger ones. His purpose this time was to fight. 5 days later, while Zichan was arranging people, Zambohaline came to the Moon City again. This time he met with Zichin smoothly. The 2 of them reached an agreement. A few days later, 3 Heaven Realm experts from the Zambo family came to the Moon City. They respectfully met with Zichin. Then, the 3 of them stayed behind. Zambohaline and Zambohauchu returned to their family. Zambohaline was familiar with the Sin Star area, so she stayed behind to guide Zichin. Zichin led the thousands of people. After reorganizing, they set off for the Sin Star area. It was worth mentioning that Mingyu didn't leave. She chose to stay in the Moon City. Zichen's clone, who could refine St. Crystals, stayed with the Void Monarch Tree and the Heaven Realm experts who had obtained Saint crystals and were still refining them. In addition, Zichen also left behind some people he had specially selected to refine Saint crystals. With Mingyu and the furnace here, Zichen wasn't worried about being attacked by external forces. Thus, it was safe enough. After they left, a total of 6 saints left the Zambostar area. They led an army of cultivators and began to enter the Daystar area. The Zambo family, which had been stable for many years, began to occupy the star area. There were no more saints in this star area. The 2 who had escaped had already migrated with their families 10 years ago. Therefore, with 6 saints overseeing the star area this time, their entry into the star area went very smoothly. The only difficulty was the subsequent unified management, which was a very long process. The 3 Saint crystals and the friendship with Zichen had been exchanged for the Zambo family's invasion. Of course, the Zambo family had to provide the resources needed to refine Saint crystals. No matter how one looked at it, the Zambo family had profited from such a deal. However, Zichen had other considerations. At the moment, he had already left the Daystar area. On the way to the Sin Star area, there were no teleportation arrays. The only way to move forward was to rely on his own ability or aircraft to fly. These 2 star fields were separated by a vast void space. Even with Zichen's speed, it would still take him nearly a month to reach the nearest planet. If he used a special aircraft, the time would be shortened a lot. Zichen and his people were still in the cauldron of all things. Beside him were Brilliant, Xing Chen, Zambo Haolin, Huan Kai, and the other 2 saints. As they moved forward, their saint aura did not spread. The aura of a life star could be easily detected. About 2 days later, they saw an aircraft that looked like a rock flying directly towards them. Soon, the aircraft arrived in front of them. A dozen alien race, heavenly realm masters appeared, led by a half-saint. Kill! His gaze swept across the crowd, deliberately pausing on Brilliant and Zambo Haolin for a moment. The half-step saint gave such an order without the slightest intention of speaking nonsense. These people had cold expressions. They all rushed forward with their heavenly weapons, surging with cold, murderous intent. Then, Xing Chen released his saint aura. These people's expressions changed drastically. That half-saint cried out in alarm, "Run! He's a saint!" Swoosh! 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 Huan Kai and the other 2 saints had already made their moves. Their saint power surged, and the battle quickly ended. The group successfully obtained an aircraft. Zambo Haolin told them that this aircraft had a positioning function. Soon, other alien race cultivators would come. Sure enough, after only half a day, 2 aircraft approached them. Then, a group of foreign beings flew out of the aircraft, led by 2 half-sages. It seemed that there was a half-saint leader in such an aircraft. There was no suspense in this battle. All the foreign races that came were killed. Even the 2 flying machines were destroyed by Huan Kai. Next, the 3 of them continued to move forward in the aircraft. Along the way, they were ambushed several times. During this period, the 2 sides did not exchange many words. They did not even exchange a few harsh words. When they met, the only thing they said was to kill and then to die. Huan Kai and the other 2 were not polite. Saints Heaven, severing realm masters, did not let anyone go. According to Zichen, as long as they could come, they would continue to kill until no one dared to come here. After killing more than a dozen half-saints, they finally saw a larger aircraft. In this aircraft, there was a false saint. The false saint stopped Zichen and the others. After leading them out of the aircraft, he looked at Zichen and the others and said coldly, "What the hell is going on? Recently, these guys from the Life Star have all become troublesome. I have to deal with them personally." The false saint vented his dissatisfaction. Zichen, who was in front of him, was slightly moved. He stared at the false saint and heard other meanings from his words. Chapter 2204. Looking at him, Zichen said coldly, "Are there others here?" "Humph. The false saint snorted at Zichen and said, "No, they're all dead." Zichen looked at him and smiled faintly. "What? You don't believe me?" The false saint looked at Zichen strangely. "I don't believe you." Zichen answered calmly and did not attack immediately. Although the false saint in front of him was the only one he had seen in the star area, he felt that this false saint talked too much. "We've been besieging them for half a year. Do you think they're still alive?" The false saint said sarcastically, "There are a lot of them. As far as I know, no one has come to this star area in recent years." Zichen's words did not include the alien race, and the alien pseudo-saint could also understand. He said sarcastically, "Do you think all the people who come here are from other star areas? Idiot, this is also a reception area. Many people who entered the star path will appear here out of thin air." Hearing this, Zichen's pupils shrank slightly. The expressions of Xingqin and the others also changed. In this way, the people who had just entered the star path would appear here. Then they who had no knowledge of the star path would have no chance of winning once they encountered these people. It wasn't hard to imagine how many cultivators from the life stars had been killed in this place during the endless years. "I see." Zichen nodded to show that he understood. He was more certain of what to do next. "Do you know why I'm talking to you so much?" The false saint asked again. Zichen nodded and said, "I know. You're stalling for time. Now there are 2 aircraft like yours flying this way. There should be 2 false saints on them." The false saint's expression changed, and he said in surprise, "You can sense it?" Zichen did not speak. What responded to the false saint was 3 powerful saint auras. Sensing the 3 pure saints' auras, the fake saint's face was full of horror. He looked at Zichen in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You! The other alien races who followed this false saint were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Huan Kai and the other 2 rushed up. Zichen's indifferent voice rang out, "Leave a few behind." The false sage was directly killed without any suspense, leaving behind 3 outsiders who were clearly terrified. However, to Zichen's surprise, they didn't beg for mercy. 2 aircraft appeared in his line of sight. Xingqin sneered and flew forward. When the fake saint on the aircraft saw this scene, he was so scared that he turned the aircraft around and ran away. A moment later, 2 loud explosions rang out in the sky. The 2 aircraft exploded, and all the cultivators inside died. At this moment, Zichen was searching his soul. His face was expressionless, and the aura around him was becoming more and more oppressive. These days, many cultivators from the life stars appeared. The 2 sides had a fierce battle and killed many people. However, in the first person's memory, Zichen only saw these memories and did not find anything useful. Then, Zichen began to search the second person's memory and then the third person. In the third person's memory, Zichen found a familiar figure. Looking at the figure covered in blood, Zichen cried out involuntarily, "Man, sure!" It had been more than half a year since they entered this area. In the beginning, they suffered heavy losses. Gradually, they adapted to the rules of this world. Manshur and the others paid the price of more than 100 Heaven Realm cultivators. Among them, there was no lack of geniuses from big families. Among them, the experts of the Dragon Clan and the Rock Clan had all died in battle. The strongest among them, Long Yen, died in battle to cover their escape. Among the people of the 5 Elements family, only 2 was left. In addition, there were 33 people left alive in this team that had been given a mission. 15 of them were lightly injured, 5 of them were seriously injured, and 3 of them were seriously injured. The remaining 10 people had more or less wounds on their bodies. The wounds on Manshur's body were even more shocking. There was a deep cut on his back and chest that exposed his bones. At this moment, Manshur was holding a non-attributed crystal in his hand, slowly absorbing the energy inside. The reason why he was absorbing so slowly was that, besides the injuries that affected his absorption, this resource was not easy to come by. More importantly, he could not waste it. Ever since they looted a trading ground 3 months ago, They had used up more than 90% of their resources in the continuous siege. The remaining resources were barely enough to sustain their consumption. Among them, those who were seriously injured had voluntarily stopped absorbing energy in order to save some resources. A Heaven Realm cultivator wearing a battle armor full of sword marks came to Mansur's side and sat down. Looking at the planets in front of them that seemed close but were actually far away, he said, "Our resources are almost gone." Mansur's hand that was holding the non-attributed crystal trembled slightly. He stopped absorbing energy, opened his eyes, and carefully put the crystal away. Now, the energy in his body had recovered by nearly 50%, but he did not dare to continue absorbing. Hearing the Heaven Realm cultivator's sigh, Mansur was stunned. To be honest, he was not good at making arrangements, nor was he good at using his brain. The only thing he was good at was fighting. Now, the problem was getting more and more troublesome. Mansur also felt that his head was getting bigger and bigger. He thought that if Zichen was here, he would be able to give everyone a chance of survival. Shen-Tian, who was treating the injuries of the others, also came over. His condition was better, but there were still several wounds on his body. Usually, these wounds could be completely healed with just a strand of energy. But in this place, energy was too precious and there was no room for waste. Along the way, because of the lack of energy, many people's injuries became more and more serious. In the end, they stayed and perished together with the foreign races. I have discussed with the other three. The pursuers will be here soon. We can't delay any longer. You take your people and leave. The four of us will stay. The young man who spoke was called Luoang. He was from the Luo family of the third continent of the Zhanwu continent. Back then, this family had almost become a joke in front of Zichen. What nonsense are you talking about? No one can stay. If we want to leave, we will leave together, Mansur said coldly. If this continues, no one can leave. Now is not the time to be emotional, Luoang said lightly. Can we leave if we leave you behind? Look, we left so many people behind along the way, but in the end, we still can't escape. The enemy wants us to be like this. He also knows that we will be like this sooner or later, until the last person is left behind. Although he lowered his voice, Mansur's excited words still spread out, and it attracted the attention of the others. This is the best way for now. Maybe we won't survive in the end, but aren't we still alive? As long as we are alive, there is hope, Luoang said. Mansur grabbed him by the collar and said, "You said it yourself. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Then why should we stay and die?" Xuantiao already said that if we go to that star field, there might be a chance of survival. However, given the current situation, everyone will die before we can successfully reach that star field. No, we're getting fewer and fewer people. We can't leave anyone else behind. Let's go. Let's go now. Mansur stood up and walked towards the heavily wounded. He carried a person on his back and said, "Everyone, we have too few people. We can't carelessly abandon them. If we're going to die, let's die together." "That's right. Leave no one alive." Xuantiao came forward and carried the second injured person on his shoulder. At this moment, the two of them had the same thought. If this was Zichen's team, they believed that Zichen would definitely not let these people, who had gone through thick and thin with him, stay behind in such a situation. The group soon set off and flew in the direction of the Dei starfield. Although they had snatched the aircraft, they had all been destroyed after suffering several losses and knowing that there was something else in these aircraft. Half an hour later, a team composed of 2 false saints came to the void where Mansur and the others had stopped. One of the false saints withdrew his spiritual thoughts and pointed in a certain direction, saying, "There is still a remnant aura here. They are going in this direction. Everything is as expected. Let's continue to chase. I believe they won't last long." The second false saint snorted coldly and then chased after them, but his speed was not fast. Although the team they were chasing was only in the heaven realm, these people were very strong. They had killed 2 false saints and even more half-saints. During this period, they had also looted a trading place. In desperation, The two false saints chose to chase after them in a purely exhausting way. Although this method could not achieve success quickly, fortunately, no one had died during this period. In the process of chasing, they could also sense that this team was getting weaker and weaker. At the very least, they had killed 3 groups of people who had been actively abandoned. If this continued, these people would be exhausted to death sooner or later. These 2 false saints were full of confidence, but they did not know that somewhere behind them there was a powerful team rushing over here, and their reinforcements were also disappearing. There is another team in front, sitting in the false saint aircraft. Xing Chen pointed somewhere ahead and said, "Swoosh!" A holy light flashed, and the aircraft arrived in front of the false saint aircraft at a speed that was close to teleportation. Then the aircraft opened, and Xing Chen, Huan Kai, and the other 2 flew out of it. After a while, half of these people died, and the other half were captured. Soul search. After capturing these people, Ziqin began to search their souls mercilessly, and his speed was very fast. He forcibly read these people's memories, just to find out about Manshur. After the soul search, these people's souls would collapse and die. During the soul search, Xing Qin controlled the aircraft to move forward at full speed. After the soul search, Zi Chan pointed in a certain direction and said, "This direction limits speed." From the information obtained from the soul search, Zi Chen could sense that Manshur's situation was very bad at the moment, and in addition to Manshur, Shantian was also in the team. He could not understand why these people came to the star path. Could it be that something happened to the Jianwu continent and it had completely fallen? What about the others? Chapter 2205. Where was Shangguanhong? Where was her fortune-telling? Where was Dongqing? There were others. The 2 who were supposed to stay in Huping City had appeared here. Zi Chen was very worried as he moved forward. This flying device was a false saint. After being injected with pure saint power, it flew faster. During this period, all other flying devices were destroyed. This area was under the control of the Bessie clan. They were the masters of this area and had the final say. However, in the past 6 months, the Bessie clan had encountered some small troubles. 2 false saints and more than 20 half-saints had died in the clan. One of their trading places had also been destroyed. Such a big loss had never happened in the past thousands of years. Those people were very cunning and powerful. They were not afraid of death, so there was no need to send out saints. Therefore, they listened to Bessie's new plan and slowly killed them. Just as everything was going according to plan, there were new invaders in the past few days. These people were even stronger. In just 3 days, they had killed more people than they had lost in the previous 6 months. Moreover, 8 false saints had died in 3 days. This directly angered the higher-ups, and they sent out a saint. How dare they stay on the flying device so blatantly? They're simply courting death. The saint from the Bessie clan was named Bessie Hesu. He stepped on his personal flying device and left the clan. This flying device was built at a great cost. There were only 9 of them in the Bessie clan. They were very fast, and only saints were qualified to use them. After sensing the location of those troublemakers, he sped up and chased after Ziqin. Manshur had been living a hard life since he left the Jianwu continent. This time, he had stepped on the real star path. His body and mind were under unimaginable pressure. If it were not for these people following him and going through fire and water with him, he believed that he would have collapsed long ago. Every time he was on the verge of breaking down, he would think of the days when he traveled with Ziqin. He would put himself in Ziqin's shoes and think about what kind of choice Ziqin would make if he was faced with such a situation. Unfortunately, he wasn't Ziqin, and he didn't have as many tricks as Ziqin. He could only imitate Ziqin's strength and calmness. 3 days had passed, but it felt like 3 years. The injuries of the 3 people beside him were getting worse and worse. Manshur had no choice but to take out the last half of the attributeless crystal and let them refine it first to recover a little bit of their injuries. However, the 3 of them refused at the same time, saying that there was no need to pay attention to them, and that it was fine to just leave them here. Mansur had already said that he would not leave a single person behind. He did as he was told and brought the 3 injured people with him. The number of injured people in the group continued to increase. It had been a few days since they last encountered any non-humankind troops. More and more of them were injured, which was caused by the relapse of their injuries and the inability to recover their energy. If they had enough energy along the way, they wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Bei Shikaisin followed closely behind Mansur like a wolf. He knew the situation of Mansur and the others, so he just followed without taking the initiative to attack, waiting for them to fall. Mansur did notice that their escape route was gradually deviating, or it could be said that under Bei Shikaisin's deliberate pursuit, they were deliberately escaping according to Bei Shikaisin's new route. At this moment, there were at least 6 aircrafts moving forward according to a specific route. From a distance, it looked like an open pocket that was going to contain Mansur's team. Another 2 days passed. Bei Shikaisin looked at the star map in front of him and said with a faint smile, "It's time to close the net." A total of 8 aircrafts formed a pocket and contained Mansur and the others. Looking at these figures around them, Mansur and the others who were surrounded were completely desperate. 4 false saints, 8 half-saints, and dozens of Heaven Realm experts. Such a team was enough to destroy their remnant team. Bei Shikaisin looked at Mansur with a playful expression like a cat playing with a mouse. This person was very powerful, but he would die under his scheme in the end. Putting down the injured on his back, Mansur took a deep breath. Because he inhaled too much, his previously healed wound burst open again and blood flowed out. His body, which had been transformed by a drop of heavenly God's blood essence, was on the verge of collapse under the continuous pursuit. He clenched the mace in his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, it seems that we have to reunite with the others. Before I die, I can't say anything to boost morale. I can only tell you that killing one person is even. Killing one more person is a gain." Energy light surged around Shuntian's body. He grinned at the cultivators of the Bei Shi family in front of him, his eyes full of cold, killing intent. "This is indeed not a boost, but it sounds like a boost. This time I have to kill at least 5 people because I represent the 5 Elements family." A brawny man exuding an earthy yellow light said, "My goal is not that big. Killing one is even. Killing one more is a gain. I hope I can earn a few more before I die." Luoang, who was wearing a battle armor, said with a smile. The atmosphere was very oppressive, but in the face of this situation, Mansur and the others did not despair. On the contrary, killing intent surged around them. Even those who were seriously injured struggled to stand up and raise the heavenly weapons in their hands. It is said that there are other troubles this time. Don't talk nonsense. We have to end this quickly. Among the Bei Shi family, a false saint said indifferently. Bei Shikaisin raised his right hand. As long as his hand fell, a fierce battle would break out. He believed that none of these people would survive, but before his right hand fell, he sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from the horizon. This fluctuation was very strong, and it obviously came from an aircraft. These people subconsciously looked back and saw an aircraft emitting a golden light at the end of their line of sight. This aircraft was a typical false saint-level aircraft, but its speed was unbelievably fast. Just as these people were stunned, the aircraft had already reached the central region in their line of sight. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft had stopped in front of them. Everyone was stunned. They raised their heads to look at the flying machine that was so fast that it was strange. They tried to guess who was in the flying machine. Mansur and the others' expressions did not change much. After all, they were going to die today. No matter how many enemies came, it would not change their fate and their determination to fight to the death. The aircraft opened and a figure walked out. It was a young and very handsome figure, exuding a star-like light. When the people of the Beishi family saw this person, they became more confused because they did not know this young man at all. Moreover, the aura of this young man was not the same as theirs. On the contrary, it was very similar to the existence they were about to kill. Why was it so similar to them? In the case of preconceived notions, these people did not have time to react. Then, a second person walked out of the aircraft. This was a woman with straight and slender legs and a tall figure. The golden robe around her waist was tied with a purple belt, which perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Their gazes shifted upwards. Above the towering jade peaks, above the fair neck, they saw an exquisite, perfect, and flawless face. At this moment, everyone's eyes were dazed. They had never seen such a perfect woman. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a fairy or a goddess. They believed that in the Beishi family, or even in the entire Nepha star area, there was no woman as beautiful as her. Moreover, the aura of this young man was obviously different from theirs. Seeing Brilliant walking out of the aircraft, even though Manshur and the others were determined to die, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. The word stunning appeared in their minds. Manshur thought that he had seen many beauties, such as Jin Ching Chung in Huping City and Zi Chen's confidants in Piao Mist City. Their faces were flawless. However, when he saw Brilliant today, he was still dazed. Then, they were shocked to find that Brilliant and that young man had the same aura as them. It meant that they came from the Life Star. However, why were they on the aliens' aircraft? Had they joined the alien tribes? Such a handsome man and a beautiful woman had joined the enemy's arms. Man sure thought it was a pity, but his murderous intention didn't diminish. However, at this moment, the aliens finally pulled themselves together. They realized that something was wrong. They screamed hoarsely, "They aren't our fellows. They're from the Life Star. They're our enemies." With a cry of surprise, the others also came to their senses. Then they took out their weapons and flew forward, surrounding the aircraft. As for Manshur and the others, they were completely ignored. This action made Manshur and the others exchange looks. After exchanging looks, they saw the suspicion and embarrassment in each other's eyes. They guessed that they had misunderstood the other party. 2E threw Manshur a questioning look. Manshur shook his head, indicating that he should wait and see. If they ran away now, they would be caught soon. He thought that since these people had proactively appeared here, they should have some special accommodations. Moreover, this handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through. He believed that these two weren't ordinary people. Right after that, the third person appeared. His aura was also from the Life Star. The fourth person appeared. He was also a cultivator from the Life Star. These foreign race beings looked extremely nervous. Their hands that were gripping onto their weapons were trembling slightly. The appearance of these people gave them an immense amount of pressure. Manshur's team was more suspicious. However, they relaxed a lot. No matter what, they were all existences from the Life Star. Although they didn't know each other, they had a common enemy. Moreover, Manshur vaguely noticed that after these people appeared, they would first glance at him, and their gazes were filled with goodwill. Manshur's suspicion didn't linger for a long time. Soon the mystery was solved. Another man walked out of the aircraft. He was also a young man. Although he wasn't as handsome as the previous one, the difference wasn't big. He was wearing a black cloak, which gave him a unique aura. Appearance wasn't important. Aura wasn't important. The most important thing was that everybody here, including Manshur, knew this man in the black cloak. He was the legend of the Zhanwu continent. His name was Zi Qin. Chapter 2206. The black-cloaked man walked out of the aircraft with a gentle smile on his face. He ignored the aliens and looked at Manshur and the others. Manshur and the others recognized him at first glance. However, they were stunned for 3 seconds. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Some of them even tried to blink until their eyes hurt. Then, they opened their eyes again to make sure they weren't hallucinating. When they opened their eyes, that man was still standing there with a gentle smile. Reality and memory merged as he looked at them. To Luoang, the black-cloaked man in front of him used to be the nightmare of his family. However, at this moment he found that this man was closer to him than anyone else. It was as if all the fear in his heart had dissipated when he saw the person in front of him. As long as he saw him, he would feel a sense of security that he had never felt before. His mood was also relaxed like never before. It was as if all the injuries on his body had disappeared at this moment. He had become stronger again. He believed that he would be more decisive and ruthless than before. The number of enemies he killed would be more than he had expected. Tu Yi's feelings were the same as Luoang's. Ziqin was the nightmare of the 5 elements aristocratic families. He was the target of their hatred. But now he found that this figure was so amiable and his smile was so gentle. Ziqin. Finally, a cry of alarm rang out. It was from a seriously injured cultivator. He seemed to have used up all the strength in his body to shout out such a thing. Right after that, his voice had created a chain reaction. More and more people screamed. All the living cultivators from the life stars looked at them with excitement. Looking at these people and their excited faces, Ziqin nodded and said, "You guys are safe." Everybody cheered. Ziqin's power was deeply rooted in their hearts. They trusted Ziqin a lot. Many people in the team were exhausted, but they didn't fall down. They wanted to see what would happen next. They wanted to see the aliens being killed with their own eyes. It had nothing to do with trust. It was about faith. Kill. In the face of this unexpected scene, Shi was caught off guard. He could not see through these people, but after hearing the cheers, he knew that these people were in cahoots. Thus he coldly shouted. The people around him were all unafraid of death. He believed that with so many people attacking together, this team of less than 10 people would definitely suffer a great loss. Ziqin did not respond to Shi's words. He merely said, "Let's end this quickly." Then Baisai Kaisen was stunned, and so were the aliens who were ready to charge forward. The other 3 false saints were also stunned. Manshur and the others were also dumbfounded. Powerful Saint Qi was released from these people. It was pure Saint Qi. It was the Saint Qi of a true saint. This saintly might was much stronger than that of a false saint. Saint, Shi Kaisen cried out in alarm, his eyes filled with shock. The others were the same. Manshur and the others were completely petrified. They knew that there were saints on this star path. They also knew that saints were very powerful, much stronger than false saints. But didn't they say that saints were very rare? Didn't they say that there were very few of them? Why did so many saints appear at this moment? Even that young man was a saint, and that peerless beauty was also a saint. Even Ziqin. Oh, Ziqin did not release any aura, so they couldn't see his cultivation level. But to be able to lead these saints, even if Ziqin wasn't a saint, he was comparable to a saint. The battle ended without any suspense. During this period, there was almost no effective counterattack. All the aliens were killed, and even the aircrafts exploded. After the battle ended, seeing that all the aliens were dead, someone in Manshur's team finally couldn't hold on and fell. But Ziqin was here. As long as their souls were not forcibly destroyed, they would definitely not die. These saints all rushed up, releasing pure and gentle saint energy to heal these people. Ziqin came in front of Manshur and Shen Tiandao. The two looked very excited. Looking at the two, Ziqin frowned slightly and said, "Your injuries aren't very serious. Why aren't you healing?" Shen Tiandao lowered his head in shame. Manshur directly said, "There are no attribute-less crystals." Knowing how difficult it was to survive in the star path, Ziqin nodded and said, "Heal your injuries first." With that, hundreds of attribute-less crystals appeared in front of him. Each of them emitted a bright light. Piled up together, it was dazzling. Everyone was stunned when they saw these attribute-less crystals. It seemed that they had never seen so many attribute-less crystals. Looking at the stunned crowd, Huan Kai smiled and said, Don't just stand there. Quickly accept it. If it wasn't for the fear of scaring you all, the attributeless crystals that my lord took out could pile up into a mountain. When everyone heard this, their expressions became even more interesting. But they also keenly heard Huan Kai call Zichen Lord. Sure enough, Zichen was indeed Zichen. Wherever he went, he was extraordinary. If the injuries were too serious, these saints would help to heal. If the injuries were light, they would absorb energy to heal themselves. The two shocking wounds on Mansher's body were healed by Brilliant. The latter also thanked him gratefully. Let me introduce you. This is Brilliant from the Brilliant King clan. This is Xing Qin from the Star King clan. This is Huan Kai. This is Mansher, my life and death brother. And Shen Tiandao, also my life and death brother. Zichen introduced the saints one by one to Mansher and the others. After hearing that Mansher and Shen Tiandao were Zichen's life and death brothers, they nodded their heads in goodwill. After that, Mansher introduced the others to Zichen. During this time, Tu Yi and Luo Ang's expressions were somewhat reserved. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "The matters of the past are in the past. Now we have a common enemy." The two of them nodded. Their nervous mood relaxed a lot. "Why are you here? What's the situation in the Zhan Wu continent? What's the situation in Huping City?" After the introduction, Zichen asked the doubts in his heart. "Everything is fine. We came here this time." Mansher explained everything in detail. After knowing that these people came here just to try their luck, Zichen's hanging heart also relaxed. As long as the Zhan Wu continent still existed, it was fine. As long as everyone was still alive. By the way, you just said that the foreign races might have already invaded the Tianwu continent. When we came, the foreign races were already trying to break through the barrier. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I believe they have already entered the Tianwu continent, said Mansher. The invasion of the foreign races was faster than he had expected. However, it had already been a few decades. He believed that with the acceleration of the time castle, the people of the Tianwu continent had already made preparations. "You guys heal first," said Zichen. After the saint from the Bei Shi clan sensed the location of Zichen's aircraft, he chased in a straight line. It had to be said that a high-quality aircraft was extraordinary. Its speed was also very fast. In just 2 days, he chased from the Bei Shi clan to the outskirts of the Nephis starfield and caught up with Zichen and the others. When he walked out of the aircraft, his saint aura appeared between heaven and earth. That aura was very oppressive. If it was before they met Zichen, this saint aura would have shocked Mansher and the others. However, with so many saints here, it was a joke for a lone saint to come here and show his saint aura. There was only one person on the aircraft. He stood there indifferently, his saint aura spreading out. He looked at Zichen and the others coldly. All of them stood up, but after glancing at the saint, their eyes fell on Zichen. Clearly, they were waiting for Zichen to make a decision. Zichen turned to look at Brilliant. The latter nodded and walked toward the saint from the Bei Shi clan. Brilliant's appearance made the saint's eyes flash with a strange light. His gaze became slightly heated. He could not figure out why Brilliant would take the initiative to come forward. It was a sign of weakness. Yes, this was very likely. However, the saint soon realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. His expression changed obviously. He looked at Brilliant in shock and said, "Saint." Brilliant's saint aura surged around him. He had become a powerful saint. Just as Brilliant's saint aura was released, Xing Qin rushed forward. His saint aura naturally spread out. The saint from the Bei Shi clan was shocked. He could not figure out why there were 2 saints in this team. Run. In a situation of 1 against 2, he was no match for them. Therefore, he decisively ran away. However, just as he turned his head, he was shocked to find that the black-robed youth who had been standing in the distance without moving a step was already standing beside his aircraft. Scram! He did not have time to figure out what was going on. He had a bad feeling and rushed toward the black-robed youth. At the same time, he clenched his hand into a fist and gathered powerful Saint aura. Looking at the incoming fist, Zichen smiled faintly. Golden light appeared on his right hand. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. There were Saint aura fluctuations in the golden light. The two fists collided as the opponent looked shocked. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The energy waves dispersed. Zichen's robe fluttered. He stood there without moving. The energy waves dissipated when they reached him. On the other hand, the saint from the Bexi clan was sent flying by Zichen's punch. As he flew back, he coughed up a mouthful of saint blood. His expression was filled with fear. Chapter 2207. To be able to send a saint flying with a single punch, Zichen's strength was truly shocking. Although Manshur and the others had guessed that Zichen was strong, they were still shocked speechless when they saw it with their own eyes. You, the saint from the Bexi family, looked at Zichen in shock. Zichen looked at him and smiled faintly. A star chart fell from the sky. It was the pattern of the 7 stars, and it fell beside the saint. The 7 stars seal. Brilliant took a few steps forward, and the spiritual consciousness in his sea of consciousness moved toward the saint. Brilliant's spiritual consciousness was like a soul spear, forcibly entering the saint's sea of consciousness. The sealed saint's body kept trembling. When Brilliant was still in the heaven realm, he could read the saint's sea of consciousness. Now that he had broken through and reached the saint level, his soul had become even stronger. He was not only reading the saint's sea of consciousness, but also forcibly controlling the saint's soul. Once controlled, the saint would become his slave. Under the flabbergasted gazes of Manshur and the others, the saint that was sealed earlier suddenly opened his eyes, and a formidable aura erupted from his body. Zichen retreated, and the saint turned around and launched a powerful attack. The false saint flying device that Zichen had plundered exploded. Manshur and the others were stunned, not knowing what had happened. You guys take a rest first. Zichen turned around and said to Manshur and the others. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, and a light of energy fell on them. There was a suction force in the light of energy. They did not resist, and all entered the universe origin cauldron. After that, they saw many pairs of eyes staring at them curiously. At first glance, Shi Yan found that there were several thousand of them. Moreover, the aura they emitted was the aura of a life star. Among them, there were not only false saints, but also many saints. Outside, the saint who had destroyed the flying device bowed to Brilliant and said respectfully, "Beisai Heisu greets Master." With Xing Chen's 7-star seal and Brilliant soul, the two of them managed to control the saint of the Bexi clan in a short amount of time. "This is Zichen. From now on, his orders are my orders," Brilliant said calmly. "Greetings, Lord Zichen." Without any intention of disobeying, Bazir Haisiu turned around and bowed to Zichen. "How many saints are there in your family?" Zichen asked directly. "My lord, there are a total of 9 people. How is your relationship with them?" "We're all from the same family, so there's no good or bad relationship between us. We don't keep in touch much, but I have a good relationship with Miqing." "All right, take us to your family." "Yes, sir." Zichen and the others disappeared, leaving only Beisai Heisiu behind. He turned around and entered his aircraft. He started the aircraft and flew toward his family. On the way back, he met other cultivators of the Bexi clan. After seeing the saint's aircraft, they all appeared and bowed to Heisiu from afar. "I've dealt with all the invaders. You all continue to patrol," Heisiu said as he stood in the aircraft. "Yes." These people continued to disperse, and Heisiu hurried back to his family. In another space in the origin cauldron, Zambahaolin looked at Zichen and said, "You're playing with fire. We might be besieged. A soul contract is the strongest power in the world. No one can disobey it, not even a saint," Zichen said in a deep voice. He had seen this scene when he first came to the star path. Once the soul was controlled, it was impossible to die even if you wanted to. All you could do was follow the master's orders. Moreover, brilliant soul technique was not an ordinary method of recognizing a master. It would leave a deep imprint in the other party's soul. It was a memory imprint. It could make Heisiu develop a sense of trust and dependence. There would be no problems. Before coming here, Zamba Haolin had said that Zichen would have to face an enemy of a star field. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be enemies with all the enemies in a star field. It was obviously impossible to fight head-on, so he thought of another possibility. And it just so happened that he met Heisiu, who came alone to hunt him down. This was simply an unexpected surprise. "Sir, what should we do next?" Huan Kai asked excitedly. It was so easy to get such a powerful saint as a companion. The efficiency was simply too high. First, find a way to control the other saints of the Bexi clan. Then, find a way to nibble away at this clan, and finally nibble away at the starfield. This was Zichen's plan. His ultimate goal was to control the entire starfield. It took Heisiu 4 days to return. When he walked out of the aircraft, he saw Mi Qing standing on the high platform in front of him, looking at him. "I heard you killed them," Mi Qing said when he saw Heisiu walking over. "Isn't that a piece of cake? Why are you here?" Heisiu said lightly, "To see how you're doing. You're injured. Who are the other party? How could they hurt you?" Mi Qing asked in surprise. "It's just a few false saints. I didn't pay attention to them before, and was slightly injured due to carelessness." Heisiu waved his hand and said indifferently. After that, he walked toward his residence. But after taking a few steps, he looked back at Mi Qing and said, "It's rare for you to wait for me here. Let's go to my place and have a few drinks." Mi Qing smiled and said, "I have nothing to do recently, so I'll have a few drinks." "Since you're drinking, how can you leave me out?" A forthright voice sounded, and a muscular man with a bare upper body walked over. Wherever he passed, the cultivators of the Bexi clan bowed respectfully. "It's you, Meng Shan," Heisiu said when he saw the muscular man. "Why, you don't welcome me?" The saint named Meng Shan came in front of Heisiu. At this moment, Dazzling transmitted an order to Heisiu. "Humph, if you want to go, then go. Your legs are on your body, aren't they?" Heisiu snorted and seemed a little reluctant. It was obvious that the relationship between the two wasn't very friendly. "Haha, this time I'm not just looking for you to drink. This time it's settled. The 3 of us will attend the meeting of the 3 clans in half a year," Meng Shan said with a smile. "The 3 of us? Isn't the patriarch the one who goes there personally?" Mi Qing asked in confusion. Maybe he thinks it's not a big deal this time, so he decided to let the 3 of us go. Let's go and have a drink first. Anyway, there's still half a year to go. When the 3 of them went to Heisiu's residence, Brilliant learned about the so-called meeting of the 3 clans from Heisiu. In truth, it was a gathering held once every 1,000 years. At this gathering, as long as you talked about the things that happened in this star field, the 3 clans would get to know each other better. You could also take out some resources and organize a competition to reward this star field. During this time, there would be activities like fighting. This kind of situation wasn't rare in the Tianmu continent. What Zichen really cared about was how many saints the 3 clans would send. According to Heisiu, each clan will send 3 saints. The 3 of them entered the room. Heisiu took out some wine and signaled for the servants to prepare some side dishes. Soon, several exquisite dishes were placed on the table. After dismissing the servants, Heisiu mysteriously took out a simple cauldron and said, "Gentlemen, I obtained something good this time." Oh, the 2 of them looked over, not suspecting anything. "Take a look at this first." After saying that, a ray of light emerged from the cauldron and enveloped the entire room. "What is this?" The 2 of them stared blankly at this scene. "It's something good." An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Zichen and the other 2 appeared and looked at the 2 of them indifferently. "Who are you?" Seeing Ziqin suddenly appear, the two of them were obviously shocked. At this moment, Heisiu suddenly attacked, hitting Mi Qing beside him with a palm. Mi Qing was sent flying by the palm. He looked at Heisiu in disbelief and said, "Heisiu, what are you doing?" Heisiu smiled coldly and said, "Nothing. I'm just giving the two of you a chance." As he spoke, the four of them attacked together, surrounding Mi Qing and Meng Shan. The battle didn't last long and ended quickly. On the other hand, the soul control took a long time. Fortunately, the three of them were drinking in the name of drinking, so they didn't give themselves away. On the other hand, the injuries on their bodies were difficult to explain. Meng Shan greets Master. Mi Qing greets Master. After forcefully controlling their souls, the two of them bowed respectfully without any resentment in their eyes. After you leave, if anyone asks about your injuries, just say that Heisiu obtained a strange little cauldron that is difficult to control and has a strong attack. You were careless and suffered some minor injuries, Ziqin said from the side. Yes. The two of them nodded respectfully. They stayed there for a night. After they left Heisiu's room the next day, the news of Heisiu obtaining a strange little cauldron quietly spread among the saints of the Bessi clan. When they heard that the little cauldron could injure a saint, it piqued the curiosity of the other saints. Therefore, they all came to find Heisiu to find out more about it. Heisiu didn't refuse them and generously shared it with them. There was no doubt that all the saints who left this place had suffered some minor injuries. After they were injured, they naturally began to praise that item nonstop. Thus, in the course of a few days, the news of that item reached the clan chief's mouth. A strange little cauldron. The patriarch of the Bessi clan frowned slightly. Yes, it's a very strange little cauldron. It can injure a saint cauldron. It should be some kind of broken weapon. I was injured like that last time. Heisiu is quite bad. He deliberately didn't tell anyone and insisted on letting me experience it for myself. Mi Qing said as he rubbed his chest. I have to go and take a look. On this day, the patriarch of the Bessi clan came to visit. He was the last saint of the Bessi clan who wasn't controlled. Chapter 2208. Silently controlling the 8 saints of the clan sounded a little exaggerated and unrealistic. However, if one knew that the one controlling them was the goddess of the Glory clan, the son of Xingchen of the Star clan, and the heaven-defying being of the Life Star, the combination of these 3 would make the impossible possible. During this time, Brilliant had used up too much of his soul power. Unfortunately, Ziqin and Xingchen couldn't help him much. If Ziqin had become a saint and had the perfect spiritual sense of a saint, he could easily do this. Unfortunately, he only had the soul of a heaven realm saint. Even if his perfect spiritual sense was different, he still couldn't control the souls of saints. Controlling the souls of 9 saints was already the limit of what Brilliant could do. So after controlling Patriarch Beishi, Ziqin needed to think about the next step of his plan to nibble away at them. I heard that you got a strange little cauldron. The family head went straight to the point. Hashio was stunned. He nodded and said, Yes, I got one. Is there a problem? The family head frowned and said, I got it myself. What problem can there be? I was careless and suffered a little. I suspect that this thing used to be a saint weapon, Hashio said. A saint weapon. The family head's heart jumped. A saint weapon was as tempting to a saint as a saint king. Once one had a saint weapon, they could defeat those of the same level. A saint weapon was very precious. Ordinary saints couldn't get one. Even saint kings didn't have a saint weapon. I have my suspicions, but I'm not sure. I let them take a look, but they couldn't find anything. Since you're here, you can take a look too. Hashio took out the universe origin cauldron. He and the family head were both saints. Their positions in the family were almost the same, so he didn't need to be so polite. The family head held the universe origin cauldron in his hand and studied it carefully. The cauldron trembled slightly. A light of energy appeared and covered the room. Patriarch Bessie's expression became vigilant, but Hasher sat there indifferently, as if he was already used to this. "What is this thing?" Clan Master Baysai looked up at the light barrier and asked casually. At this moment, a glowing fist suddenly rushed out from the universal origin cauldron and struck Master Baysai's chest. The latter's heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. His saint energy naturally surrounded his body. This punch contained immense power, and it instantly destroyed the patriarch of the Bei Shi family's defense. The punch landed on his chest, and the patriarch was sent flying. That's the weird part. His body flew backwards and crashed into the light barrier. The leader of the Bexy family looked in front of him in shock. He did not think that this was some kind of sneak attack. Swish, swish, swish. With a flash of light, Zichen and the other two appeared and looked at each other coldly. Hasher also stood up and respectfully stood behind the three of them. "Hey, Sue, you damn thing. How dare you betray the family?" As soon as he saw the three of them, Master Bei Shi understood what was going on. It was all a scam. Obviously, all the saints were being controlled. He was quite decisive. He immediately turned around and was about to rush out of here. Pum! But just as he turned his head, he saw a golden light, and his head collided with the golden light. The strong recoil caused him to see stars, and his body couldn't stand steadily. Xing Chen and Brilliant followed the two and began to control each other's souls. Hasher stood behind respectfully. He knew that he did not need to do anything in this situation. "Hasher, you damn thing, do you know what you're doing? Our Bexy family is ruined by you. You bastard, you're leading the wolf into the house. You've ruined the entire family." Master Bei Shi kept cursing. He was very emotional. In this situation, Brilliant would be able to fuse with the other's soul more smoothly. Master Bei Shi was in complete despair. He had already guessed that all the other saints had fallen. After a while, the master of the Bei Shi family radiated golden light. The figure in his eyes flashed and disappeared. His desperate and ferocious expression returned to its normal calmness. He stood up from the ground and bowed respectfully to Brilliant. "Bei Shi Kong Hong greets Master. I hope Master can forgive me for offending you earlier." Brilliant nodded his head. His beautiful face was now deathly pale. In this short period of more than a month, she had forcefully controlled 9 saints. She had consumed a lot of her soul and needed a good rest. After instructing the other party to listen to Zichen, Brilliant turned into a stream of light and entered the universe origin cauldron. Next, she focused on recovering her consumed soul. Beside Brilliant, Zambu Haolin stared at her with her mouth agape. She never thought that Brilliant, who had become a saint, would have such a terrifying method. In a short period of time, she had controlled 9 saints. In this way, the other party had 9 saints guarding him. This method was much faster than condensing saint crystals and allowing one to break through step by step. However, this was not something to be envious of. Controlling a saint was not like controlling a heavenly realm expert. As long as anyone got the other party's soul imprint, they could easily control the other party. A saint's soul was too powerful and difficult to control. If one's soul was not strong enough, it would be impossible to control them. Take her, for example. Even if she was given the method to control souls, she would not be able to control even a saint. This was the uniqueness of the soul. Unless she could become a saint ruler, all 9 saints of the Bei Shi clan had been controlled, but it would undoubtedly take a long time to control the entire Bei Shi clan. Therefore, the only thing Zichen could do for the time being was to let Bei Shi Kong Hong issue an order. If any cultivators from the Life Star were found, they were not to be killed. Capture them all. Although this news was a bit sudden, they could still accept it. However, if Zichen rashly issued an order not to kill, in this deep-rooted situation, no one would obey. In Zichen's opinion, the only way to completely control this star field was to go to war. Everything in the Bei Shi clan was running as before. Zichen did not ask about it. During this time, The news of the 3 clans meeting had spread. Many Heavenly Realm experts had signed up, eager to try. This time, the 3 clans would give out some Saint Power crystal chips as a reward. With these chips, one would have a chance to become a false saint. In a situation where becoming a saint was an extravagant hope, becoming a false saint was the goal of many people. Hashio was a little busy these days. He was mainly responsible for selecting people to participate in the 3 clans meeting. Soon the appointed time arrived. Hashio and the other 2 set off with some Heavenly Realm experts to the center of the Nephis starfield, the Nephis star. This time, because they were in the Nephis starfield, they did not need to take aircraft. They only needed to teleport. The Nephis star was the true core area of the Nephis starfield. It was jointly controlled by the 3 clans. It was also the most prosperous area. The trade volume every 100 years was a huge figure. The 3 clans meeting was also an extremely rare ceremony on the Nephis star. Heavenly Realm experts and false saints from all over the Nephis starfield would come here to try their luck after the ceremony began. If they were lucky enough to obtain a Saint Power crystal chip and become a false saint, they would have a chance to enter the 3 clans. For many Heavenly Realm experts, this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. When they arrived at the Nephis star, Hashio and the other 2 went directly to the end of the meeting. There, the saints of the 2 clans had already arrived. Just as he had expected, the other 2 aristocratic families had each sent 3 saints, and the patriarchs were not among them. Hashio, I didn't expect the 3 of you to come this time. A saint from the Norman family walked out and cupped his fists at Hashio and the other 2. I didn't expect it to be you. Chio Jun. Hashio smiled and walked forward. The few saints nodded in acknowledgement, which was considered a greeting. After that, they all took their seats. Chio Jun said, Hashio, I heard that you've encountered some trouble recently. Even you came out personally. Has it been resolved? Bessie Hashio said indifferently, It's a small matter. It's been resolved long ago. I'm very curious about what happened. Even you came out personally. Could it be that a saint has invaded? How is that possible? It's just a few false saints. They relied on their powerful trump cards to look down on us. I've already killed them. Oh, the trump card of false saint? Is it a forbidden weapon? As the 2 sides talked, the saint's attention was attracted. You can say that. I've got one. Everyone, please open your eyes. As he spoke, Bessie Hashio took out the universe origin cauldron. These people all looked at it curiously. Don't underestimate this thing. It's said that it's a broken saint weapon. There's a universe inside. Bessie Hashio released a beam of energy, which caused the small cauldron to tremble. An energy light gate appeared in front of the small cauldron. The moment they saw the door of light, everyone's expression froze. Everyone, do you want to go in and take a look? Bessie Hashio pointed at the light gate and smiled. These saints looked at each other. Why? Are you worried that I'll harm you? Bessie Hashio joked with a smile. Hashio, what are you talking about? Since you're sincerely inviting us, we'll go in and take a look. The saint from the Norman family laughed. The others also stood up. They were very curious about what was behind the light gate. As for worrying that Hashio would cheat them, there was nothing to worry about. They had 6 saints. Even if the 9 saints from the Bessie family were all together, they would have to pay a great price to kill the 6 saints. They believed that the Bessie family would not do such a thankless thing. Thus, the 6 saints entered the universe origin cauldron one after another, followed by Hashio and the other 2 saints. After entering, they saw an empty space. There was nothing here. Nothing. The saint from the Norman family said, but soon his expression changed. He saw several figures appear out of thin air. The aura emitted by these figures was that of a saint. Chapter 2209. Although the light shield formed by the universal origin cauldron could merge with its own world, it could not withstand too many attacks from saints, let alone dozens of saints attacking at the same time. Therefore, Zichen changed his mind and let Beisai Hesu take these people into the world of the universal origin cauldron. If they fought here, even if the sky collapsed, the people outside would not notice anything unusual. Moreover, the three forces knew each other very well. They knew what methods each other had and how much power they had, so they were not worried that Beisai Hesu would cheat them. Therefore, the saints who came and saw more than a dozen saints, including Zi-Chin and the other two. Hesu, what do you mean by this? Seeing these people emitting saints' auras, the saint of the Norman family changed his expression and questioned Hesu. Beisai Hesu looked at these people and said indifferently, nothing. I just feel that there are too many forces in this star field, so we should reduce the number. When the 6 saints heard Beisai Hesu's words, their expressions changed. One of them cried out involuntarily, they're all from the life star. Hesu, you colluded with these people. Have you forgotten how that person slaughtered our family's ancestors? Beisai Hesu spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, that was a long time ago. Moreover, we have killed as many people as that person over the years. The times are changing, and we need to look forward. It has always been my wish to unify the star field. Humph, even if you have so many helpers, you'll have to pay a great price today, the saint of the Norman family said coldly. Kill. Zi-Chin looked at this scene indifferently. He waved his hand, a cold light flashing in his eyes. No matter what the enmity between the two sides was or what the cause was, there was no possibility of reconciliation. If they wanted the future generations to have a better life, these saints had to die. Of course, the more important reason was that the brilliant light could not control more saints. Zi-Chen's body shone with golden light. Saint power surged as he rushed toward a saint. The saint tried his best to resist. As the two clashed, violent energy surged and the saint was sent flying. That's the physical saint power. Looking at Zi-Chen's glowing body and feeling the powerful force in this attack, the saint who was sent flying exclaimed. He was shocked. Pum! Pum! At the same time, Xing-Chen and the brilliant light attacked. The two saints responded and retreated, also showing great shock on their faces. Both of them possessed the saint energy of the flesh. However, there were actually 3 formidable and terrifying fellows amongst this group of over 10 saints. Just these 3 fellows alone could challenge 6 saints, not to mention that there were other saints eyeing them covetously. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Looking at the situation before him, the saint from the Norman family, called Qiu Jun, shouted loudly. There's no misunderstanding here. Saint of the saints of the Norman family saints, the saint of the saints was. Of the saint was on, saint was on his face, was be on the other of the saints. Is was on was it. Is was on the other hand, was on. Was on was is. Sure enough, not everyone would fight to the death when they saw the life star. When their lives were threatened, they would calm down. Unfortunately, Zi-Chan did not need to calm down now. In the world of the cauldron of all creation, there were no other colors other than the space's unique brightness. Saint power began to surge, forming a terrifying ripple that caused the space to distort violently. Saint blood with strong fluctuations sprinkled in the space. The saint blood was bright and dazzling with a thick, bloody smell. 6 saints had been slaughtered in this battle. Logically speaking, it should have been very intense and tragic. It was undoubtedly very difficult for 6 saints to fall at the same time, and the losses on one side must have been great as well. However, there wasn't any suspense in this battle. Beisai Hesu and the other 2 didn't even participate in the battle. They just watched quietly as the saints screamed, and cried for help in despair. Their hearts were trembling out of fear. They used to think that saints could do whatever they wanted and were hard to kill, but the battle in front of them completely overturned their thoughts. Even without this space blocking their escape route, these 6 saints still could not escape. They were afraid, but they were also glad. It was the first time they felt that it was not bad to have such a master. The battle was over. Pa! A crisp sound with a hint of violence was heard. A very expensive jade cup was smashed on the smooth floor and exploded. Shards flew everywhere. The room was silent. Only the crisp sound of the falling jade shards hitting the floor could be heard. At this moment, there was a thick layer of jade shards on the smooth floor. Each of them was very expensive. Speak, what is going on? The cracking sound that lasted for a long time finally disappeared, and an angry roar sounded. Connor Jean turned his head to look at the entrance. That pair of weather-beaten face looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and his expression became more ferocious. 5 false saints were kneeling on the ground. They were mainly in charge of the 3 aristocratic families meeting, but this meeting had undoubtedly become the biggest joke in the Nephis starfield. 3 saints of the Connor family had suddenly died one day. In addition, the saints of the Bayside and Norman families also died on the same day. Their soul imprints were shattered. They were confirmed dead, but there was no corpse. There were no traces of a fight. The 5 of them knelt on the ground, not saying a word. Their bodies kept trembling, looking very frightened. The body of the false saint who came to report first was outside at this moment. No one could guarantee that the family head would not kill the 5 of them if he could not vent his anger. After a long time, Connor Jean gradually calmed down. He said coldly, "What is the situation now?" A saint with cold sweat on his forehead raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "The family head of the Bayside family has rushed to the Nephis starfield. He is asking us for people." Bayside Konghong, that old bastard. I haven't asked him for people yet. The emotions that had just been suppressed almost exploded again. Only Bayside Konghong? The 6 saints of the Bayside family have all arrived. The family head of the Norman family and other saints of the family have also rushed to the Nephis star. The family head of the Norman family said that if you don't give him an explanation, this matter will not end. Bullshit! Who will give me an explanation? After a long while, the family head of the Connor family recovered and said coldly, 9 saints died there. Even a ghost would not believe that there is nothing suspicious about this matter. Now, immediately find out where the saints of the other families are after this incident. Inform the other saints of the family to hurry back. We will also go to the Nephis star. The family head of the Connor family added, "Remember, be fast!" Yes. The 5 saints heaved a sigh of relief. Their lives were saved today. After the 5 of them left, Connor and Jean sat alone in the messy room, furrowing their brows, not saying a word. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he let out a long sigh. Troubled times. As expected of one of the 3 great families, Connor Jean quickly received the news. When the 9 saints died, the saints of the other families were in their family mansions and did not go out. After the incident, they rushed to the Nephis star immediately. Kong Jean led the 7 saints of the family and immediately headed to the Nephis star. In this star field, the 3 great families had nearly 30 saints. In addition, there were some saints from other small forces, but there were very few of them. In the Nephis star field, they had to rely on the 3 great families. There were not many saints, and they could be completely ignored. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to attack the 3 great families. Of course, this was also a scheme to cause the 3 great families to fight among themselves. No matter what the situation was, the meeting between the 3 families could not continue. The news of the 9 saints dying in a day had spread and caused a commotion. Connor Jean brought people to the Nephis star and came to the special hall where the 9 saints were discussing. This place was already heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. "Old thing, you're only here now. Where are my men?" Seeing Connor Jean Bei Shikong said angrily, "You're asking me? I'm the one asking you. Where are my men?" Connor Jean did not back down. "Bullshit, our people were the last to arrive. At that time, the people from your 2 families had already arrived. Tell me, are you 2 planning to join hands to deal with our Bei Shi family?" Bei Shikong asked coldly. "If we wanted to work together to deal with you, we would have done it long ago. Why would we wait until now and use such underhanded methods? Jean, you laughed sarcastically. That's enough. Both of you, come down first. The 9 of them disappeared from this place. I think we need to investigate this place thoroughly. Looking at the 2 who were arguing nonstop, the head of the Norman family stepped forward to smooth things over. We've investigated this place hundreds of times. There's nothing unusual. This must be a conspiracy. We can't just let it go like this. The head of the Beishi family said indifferently, if I find out that someone deliberately framed us, even if it means the destruction of our Beishi family, I will seek justice. This is what I want to say to you 2. Don't let me find out who's behind this. If I find out, it'll be a bloody battle. The head of the Connor family said fiercely. That's right, a bloody battle. The head of the Beishi family was not to be outdone. The head of the Norman family shook his head helplessly and signaled for the saints who came later to join in. They deliberately spread their spiritual thoughts around the place, not letting any corner go. Moreover, it was a superposition of perception. Every corner of the room would be swept by several spiritual thoughts. It could be said that they were searching inch by inch. During this time, the 2 family heads stopped bickering and joined in as well. Outside the room, the cultivators of the 3 great families surrounded the place. Even a fly could not enter or leave. This kind of investigation was useless. Before the saints of the Connor family arrived, they had searched this place at least hundreds of times, but to no avail. In fact, the head of the Norman family did not have much hope. There were no important clues left in this place. It was as if the 9 of them disappeared into thin air and entered another space. At this moment, a saint from the Connor clan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were fixed on a certain space, and there was obvious change in his expression. Everyone turned to look at him. The latter pointed at a certain space and said, "There's something unusual here." Chapter 22:10. The spiritual senses of all the saints swept towards the direction the patriarch was pointing at, but they didn't find anything unusual. What do you mean? The patriarch of she turned around and stared at the saint coldly. My soul is rather special, and I can sense the abnormalities here. There's a very obscure ripple here, and I can sense it. The saint didn't like the patriarch's attitude, but this matter was of great importance, so he could only suppress his anger. Abnormalities, obscure ripples. The patriarch of she sneered and said, "We can't sense it, but you can. Then tell us, what's wrong with this place?" The patriarch of she's tone was a bit aggressive, which made the patriarch of Kongna very unhappy. He looked at the saint and said, "Seventh brother, show some frogs at the bottom of a well." The patriarch of she's face turned ugly, and even the other saints of she's face gradually darkened. The saint had already started to form a seal, and his spiritual senses surged out of his sea of consciousness. No one cared about this anymore, and they all stared at the place where the saint's spiritual senses landed. Time passed by, and more spiritual senses gathered in that space. The saint seemed to be having a hard time controlling these spiritual senses, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. No one said a word, and they all stared nervously. Nearly 15 minutes later, the saint's spiritual senses were fully released, and there was a trembling sound, and a spatial ripple spread out, as if some spatial restriction had been undone. The space there constantly twisted, and then an illusory spatial door appeared. This door gradually solidified, and it became a glowing spatial door. Seeing this spatial door, everyone was stunned. "Humph, and you still say it's not your doing. Look, it's already out. You're not going to tell us to go in, are you?" The patriarch of she snorted and said sarcastically, "You idiot, go in if you want." The patriarch of Kong couldn't be bothered with him, and he stared at the spatial door and asked in a deep voice, "Can you sense what's inside?" The saint shook his head and said, "I can't sense it. We can only go in and take a look." The head of the she family crossed his arms and sneered without saying a word. The head of the Norman family frowned slightly and stared at the door in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. "Which one of you will enter?" the Connor family had asked. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, no one was willing to go in. After all, this place might be related to the deaths of the 9 saints. Whoever went in might die first. How could there be such a portal here? Who sealed it here? The Norman family head said with a frown. The saint who had opened the restriction earlier said, "This situation can't be said to be a deliberate seal. In this world, there are always some strange things that travel through space. Perhaps there is a problem with the node and they will appear in a certain space. To be honest, if it wasn't for my special soul, I wouldn't have been able to sense this place. Moreover, I have a suspicion that this might be some kind of lost ruin." "Lost ruin? Why don't you say that it's some kind of relic treasure?" "The head of the Bay-Shi family mocked. The saint glanced at the head of the Bay-Shi family and said, "We can't rule out that possibility. Perhaps it's an ancient ruin. If that's the case, then it can explain why the 9 saints died here. Moreover, they didn't necessarily die. Perhaps it was a very clever spatial isolation that prevented their soul imprints from sensing their master's existence." The head of the Bay-Shi family's expression changed. This time he did not say anything. However, when he looked at the door in front of him, his gaze seemed to burn with passion. The other saints also felt their hearts skip a beat, but they did not say anything. In actuality, they did not believe that one of the 3 clans would plot against another clan because there was no need for that. If they wanted to plot against another clan, they would have done so long ago. The most important thing was strength. No clan had the strength to plot against the other 2 clans. As such, the other party's explanation was very reasonable. Some kind of ruin had appeared. Perhaps when they were discussing something, the space suddenly rippled. Then they searched for the ripples and found this door. Out of curiosity, they all walked in. The saints did not say anything and stared at the door in front of them with a strange light in their eyes. Looking at the Bexy family's head, who had a hateful expression just now, the Connor family's head sneered in disdain. He said, "Everyone, since someone doesn't believe us, I suggest we send someone in to investigate." "That won't do," the head of the Bay-Shi family immediately said. "Who can be sure that this isn't your scheme?" The head of the Connor family said coldly, "Then what do you want?" "If we're going in, we're going in together," the head of the Bay-Shi family immediately said. His words were quickly approved by the head of the Norman family. If there really was an opportunity here, they could not let anyone obtain it. Moreover, in this situation, they could only believe in the existence of an opportunity. Of course, an opportunity coexisted with danger. The 3 factions quickly came to an agreement. They would each send a saint to investigate, and the 3 of them would act together. If there were any abnormalities, they would immediately retreat. The people were quickly chosen, but before this, in order to ensure fairness, the 3 of them left their soul imprints and placed them in front of everyone before entering. There was a flash of light in the space door, and the 3 of them disappeared. Everyone stared at the space door, waiting for the 3 of them to return. Time began to pass. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, and soon a minute had passed. The soul imprints were still intact, and nothing happened to the 3 of them. 15 minutes passed, and everything was still fine. The head of the Bay-Shi family said impatiently, "It looks like there's no danger inside." However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a cracking sound. The soul imprint of the saint from the Norman family shattered, indicating that the saint had died. The head of the Bay-Shi family swallowed his words, and his expression became unnatural. The others continued to stare at the 2 soul imprints. They were now certain that the death of the 9 saints had something to do with this place. Another 15 minutes passed, and the saints from the Connor clan were also dead. Now, only the Bexy clan was left. What happened? Why didn't he come back? The head of the Connor family's expression darkened as he glanced at the head of the Bay-Shi family. "How would I know?" The head of the Bay-Shi family sneered. "We can't go on like this. We don't know what's going on inside. Send another person in. This time, send a clone and let us see what's inside, the head of the Connor family said. This suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone, and even the head of the Bay Shi family couldn't say anything. Thus, a saint who was good at using clones walked out from the Connor family. A clone walked in, and at the same time transmitted everything he saw to the main body through the soul projection, and the main body transmitted it to the space in front of him. In the space, there was a desolate land, and from time to time, a gust of wind would blow, and the clone's robe would flutter. There was no danger around, and the clone began to move forward. As he moved forward, he still didn't find anything unusual. Through the soul projection, everyone could see that it was a unique space, and the atmosphere was somewhat similar to that of a relic. You can speed up appropriately, the head of the Connor family reminded. It was a clone, and even if it was killed, it wouldn't be a loss. Thus, the clone began to fly forward at high speed. About 3 minutes later, another space appeared in front of the clone. This space was relatively small, like a sphere, and appeared in front of him. In that space, there was a towering black castle. As the doppelganger approached, everyone could clearly see the words on top of the castle opposite them. Treasure Pavilion. In addition to this discovery, they also saw the saint from the Bei Shi family. He was standing outside the treasure pavilion, looking forward with anticipation. He said, "It's my turn now." The closed castle door opened, and an indifferent voice sounded, "You can choose items of different levels after passing the trial of different levels. If you pass the final trial, you can make the treasure pavilion recognize you as its owner. There are a total of 9 levels. Choose your level." Level 4. The saint couldn't wait to say, "Those 2 idiots chose level 9. How can there be such a good thing?" After passing level 4, you can only get an incomplete saint weapon. Now let's start the trial. The indifferent voice continued to sound, and a beam of light shot out from the treasure pavilion and landed on the saint. The saint's body moved forward with the light, but the latter seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned his head. When he saw the clone, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "How dare you sneak attack me? Die!" Before the body entered the treasury, a beam of energy shot out and landed on the avatar of the saint, forcefully destroying the avatar. Outside, everyone's vision turned black, and they couldn't see anything. Patriarch Connor, Patriarch Norman, and other saints from the 2 families looked at Patriarch Bei Shi at the same time. Their expressions were very unfriendly. "Why are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me?" "Patriarch Bei," she said coldly. "What a good plan. You didn't come out and made us think that it was full of danger, so we didn't dare to go in rashly. You can go in after we leave." Patriarch Connor laughed mockingly. They had heard the indifferent voice from the treasure pavilion very clearly. This was indeed a place of opportunity, and there were a total of 9 levels. The reason why the 2 saints died was because they chose level 9, which was the most difficult level. The latter chose level 4. Once he succeeded, he would get an incomplete saint weapon. If level 4 succeeded, he would get an incomplete saint weapon. What about level 5 and 6? Would there be a real saint weapon? Ancient inheritance. At that moment, that was what everyone thought. Chapter 22:11. No one would think that this was a trap after seeing the scene through the doppelganger. Although the scene had changed very quickly, there were still some saints who were sharp enough to notice the broken restrictions around the treasure pavilion. These broken restrictions were still very clear and should have been broken by the 9 saints together. However, they seemed to have made the same choice and all died in the treasure pavilion. There was nothing suspicious about all this. As for the saint of the Bexy clan, he had destroyed his doppelganger before leaving. Naturally, he did not want everyone to share the treasures here. In other words, this was not a place that could only be explored once. Perhaps one could choose multiple times as long as one could survive. If the situation before them was divided into 100 parts, then there was only one chance that this place was a trap and 99 chances that it was an opportunity. Let's go. They were all saints and were very decisive. When faced with such a choice, they would not hesitate too much. Patriarch Connor was the first to lead his men in. Brother Konghong will also go first. The saint family leader of the Norman family smiled and led the others in. Although the people of the two clans did not deliberately say anything, the saint's actions had undoubtedly made them very unhappy. Therefore, the two clans would deliberately exclude them and make them stay at the end to make the choice. Seeing the last person walk in, Bexy Konghong could not help but smile. There was no such thing as an ancient relic. All of this was deliberately arranged by Lord Ziqin. To be honest, this arrangement was not only humane, but also very realistic. If he had not known all this beforehand, he would have really believed that this was an ancient relic. Why aren't we going in? Seeing that Patriarch Bexy did not respond, a saint behind him asked doubtfully and seemed a little anxious. Bexy Konghong smiled coldly and said, "We don't have to go in. Lord Ziqin will definitely make them make a very satisfactory choice. Now begin to assemble the team." When the saints heard this, they suddenly realized that this was actually a scheme. They had all taken it seriously at first. The remaining 5 saints quietly left the place. Next, they would launch a surprise attack on the two clans according to the plan. They had a total of 9 saints on their side, but the two clans did not have a single one. They believed that this battle would end without any suspense. Once all 12 saints had entered, the spatial door opened by the universe origin cauldron closed. They did not see the same environment as before, but instead saw independent and spacious worlds. The 12 of them were divided into 12 independent spaces, which made them very puzzled. It seemed that under such circumstances, there was no suspense in the battle. Ziqin, Xingchen, and Brilliant each entered a world and faced a saint. As for Huan Kai and the others, they were in groups of 2 or 3 to deal with the others. This method of walking right into the trap was like catching a turtle in a jar. Looking at the black-robed young man in front of him, Connor Jianyu's expression turned serious. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Ziqin replied indifferently, "The person who will kill you." Kong Na Jianyu's expression changed slightly as he understood everything. He said, "Emotionally, there is no primordial relic at all. This is all a trap to bait us." Ziqin nodded as a smile appeared on his face, as if he was praising the other party for being smart. "So, you colluded with the Beishi clan." "No, you came from the Life Star, and the Beishi clan hates the people there. They will not cooperate with you, unless you control them." Connor Jianyu's expression turned ugly, and he was very shocked. To control 9 saints, what kind of strength did that require? As expected of the family head of a force, you are indeed smart. With a faint smile, Ziqin walked forward. His body shone with golden light as his saint aura began to surge. He was ready to attack. From the moment the other party appeared, Connor Jianyu's expression turned serious. Even if he sensed that the other party was only in the heaven realm, he still did not underestimate him. As expected, he saw the saint aura surging around the other party. He could tell that it was the saint aura condensed from the body, and his expression was full of surprise. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Ziqin rushed forward. His powerful saint aura was fully displayed. Everywhere he passed, the space vibrated with a strong pressure. Boom! Connor Jianyu's aura was violent. His robe fluttered, and his saint aura was like a tidal wave. His long hair danced wildly under the energy, and his eyes became very cold. His hands hovered in front of his chest, and he began to form seals. The seals changed quickly, and the pure saint aura gathered in front of him in the next moment to form a light shield. Just as the light shield was formed, Ziqin's figure had already appeared in front of him. A dazzling golden fist struck the light shield viciously. The other party's reaction was so fast that Ziqin was slightly surprised. Boom! With one punch, the light shield exploded. Ziqin's fist did not slow down, and it turned into a golden light that continued to rush forward. When the light shield was formed, Connor Jean Yu's body began to retreat. When the first light shield exploded, his expression changed slightly and the second light shield appeared. He kept retreating and continued to form seals. It was not until the third light shield appeared that he completely neutralized Zi Chen's attack. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed a fierce wind coming from the side. This wind was accompanied by a strong sense of danger. He tapped his foot, and his face turned unnaturally red. His entire body began to twist, and like a ray of light, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zi Chen's sweeping kick missed. He looked at Conrad Jianyu, who had appeared 100 meters away, in astonishment. Conrad Jianyu had just dodged his attack, which was equivalent to teleportation. Connor Jianyu's expression was very ugly. In just a short exchange, he could feel that the other party was difficult to deal with. The saint aura condensed from the body was the power that all saints yearned for. The attack was indeed powerful. If it was a direct confrontation, he would definitely not be the other party's opponent. He knew this very well, and he kept retreating. At the same time, his hands kept changing seals, and a strong aura burst out. Divine Crane Strike. With a loud shout, the rolling energy gathered in front of Connor Jianyu like a tidal wave. The energy gathered together and formed into the shape of a divine crane. It raised its head arrogantly, and its cold eyes stared at Zi Chen, and a violent aura was released from its body. With a loud and clear cry of a crane, the divine crane flapped its wings and rushed towards Zi Chen with a strong gust of wind. This was an attack from the Heavenly Path technique, and it was controlled by a saint, so its power was naturally strong. Looking at the divine crane that was rushing towards him, and feeling the aura from the other party, Zi Chen felt his scalp tingle. Around his body, golden light shone, and pure saint aura condensed on the surface of his body. He clenched his right fist, and even more saint aura condensed. He clenched his fist, rushed forward, and punched out. A fist and a crane met in midair. Boom! The energy contained in the golden fist exploded, forming a terrifying force that spread out in all directions. After taking Zi Chen's punch head-on, the majestic divine crane let out a wail and dissipated. The powerful impact caused the saint aura defense that formed on the surface of Zi Chen's body to be extinguished. His face was slightly pale, and without hesitation, he rushed into the violent energy. Connor Jianyu was still retreating. He had already seen where his opponent's weakness was, and he believed that such an attack would definitely make his opponent suffer. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a figure pass through the violent energy and rush towards him at an unimaginable speed. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to raise his palm to meet the attack. The surging saint aura gathered in his palm, causing the palm to suddenly expand. It was like a huge millstone, and it whizzed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen, who was rushing forward, still punched out, but this punch was even more powerful. Pum! The fist and palm collided, and the golden light retracted. The light on Zi Chen's body dissipated, and his body that was rushing forward was directly blocked. His body stopped on the spot, swayed slightly, and then took 3 steps back to neutralize the force of the impact. Looking forward, the energy palm in front of Connor Jianyu exploded with a bang, and his body was directly sent flying. In the process of flying, he also coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of horror. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Looking indifferently at Connor Jianyu, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, Zi Chen's hand flashed, and the scabbard appeared. Wait, don't kill me. The huge difference in strength between the two made Connor Jianyu know that he was no match for his opponent today. The fear of death made him subconsciously raise his hand. Zi Chen did not stop, and his right hand slowly rested on the hilt of the scabbard. You can't kill me. I am the head of the Connor family, and overlord of the Star Road. If you kill me, you will go against the rules of the Star Road, and you will be hunted down by the managers of the Star Road." Seeing that the other party's expression did not change, Connor hurriedly said, "Since I came to this part of the Star Road, I have yet to see a manager." Zi-Chun smiled coldly, and the golden light around his body flashed again. "The number of big powers in the Star Road is limited. Once one side is destroyed, it will definitely attract attention. The real manager of the Star Road is in the depths, and they will send out secret guards to monitor everything. If you kill me, you will be in trouble." "Connor Jean," you said anxiously. Schwa. Zi-Chin did not believe in the so-called manager at all. His right hand exerted force, and the broken scabbard was unsheathed. A bright light flashed past Connor Jean Yu's body. The battle ended. Looking at the dead Connor Jean Yu, Zi-Chin took a few steps forward. With a wave of his sleeves, the corpse disappeared. In the next moment, Zi-Chen's figure disappeared from this space, and he went to another battlefield. This was a large-scale battle between saints, and it was the largest battle since the battle with Wuji years ago. A total of 20 saints died. Unfortunately, there were no spectators in such a battle. At this point, the saints of the Norman family and the Connor family were all killed. At the same time, the Bexy family, under the lead of 9 saints, launched an all-out attack on the two families. Chapter 2212. The entire Nephis starfield had fallen into total chaos, and battles were constantly happening. With the saints leading them and catching them off guard, the two great families, who were still grieving over the death of their saints, suffered great losses. In this battle, Zi-Chen didn't participate. Instead, he sent Huan Kai and several saints from the Life Star to lead thousands of people from the Life Star to participate in the slaughter. The appearance of these people caused a great sensation in this star field. The forces that were watching from the sidelines even had the intention to help the two great families. However, after Huan Kai and the others showed their great strength, these forces chose to remain silent. In this world, how could there be so many enemies? If they really didn't fear death and fought to the death with the cultivators from the Life Star, they wouldn't have survived that year. They would have been killed by Wuji alone. After the two small forces were destroyed by Huan Kai, many families remained silent after learning that the Bexy family had colluded with the people from the Life Star. Those who remained silent were those who had great concerns in their hearts. However, there were more forces that also chose to join the Bexy family after seeing that the future would be dominated by the Bexy family. They joined in and became allies with the group led by Huan Kai. Together, they went to destroy the two great families, Norman and Connor. Reality was so cruel. Staying in the Bexy family and listening to the news from the battlefield, Zambo Haolin still felt like she was dreaming. These three great families had developed in the Nephis star field for many years, and their forces had been deeply rooted. However, Zi-Chun had come here, and in less than a year he had taken control of the Bexy family and destroyed 20 saints from the other two families. Although this kind of slaughter wasn't as fierce as Wuji's in the past, the impact it caused was no less than that year. It was even more far-reaching than that year. In the past, Wuji was just killing. However, as long as the foundation of the families was still there, they would grow quickly like spring grass. The fact was indeed so. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, these forces had become strong again. They had also carried out a comprehensive slaughter of the cultivators from the Life Star. But this time, Zi-Chen uprooted these forces, making it impossible for them to grow. For example, if the Luo family disappeared from this star area, the cultivators from the Life Stars in that star area would receive fair treatment. Nickel Star area was the same. Because of the relationship between Zanbu Star area and Zi-Chen, they even treated the people from the Life Stars well. Dei Star area was also a subsidiary of Zanbu Star area, and this sinful star area, which was the most important one and related to the future of Life Stars, would soon be occupied by Zi-Chen. It was believed that after many years of operation, this star area would not only stop killing Life Stars, but also become a base for those cultivators. It would be a pure land for them in the Star Passage. Zichun and Wuji were both from the Martial Heaven continent, but their styles were extremely different. Wuji's personal strength had been recognized by the Star Passage, causing this star area to tremble. He had also become a forbidden legend, but he had not left anything behind for his descendants. In fact, he had even brought trouble to them. However, Zichun had completely solved this problem this time. If one had to compare these two people, then Wuji had walked the path of an individual, the path of supremacy, while Zichun had walked the path of a commander. Not only did he have to be strong, but he also had to lead a group of experts to control the many uncertain factors in the Star Passage. Seeing Zichun's results, Zhanbu Haolin rejoiced that her family had made the right decision. Such an existence could not be provoked, and once it was unavoidable, she had to go all out to kill him. She could not give him any time to breathe. Otherwise, she would have to pay an extremely heavy price. Looking at Zichun, who was sorting out the information, Zhanbu Haolin stepped forward and asked, "Zichun, what are you going to do next?" Zichun glanced at the other party with a puzzled expression. "If the two aristocratic families are destroyed, how will you let them stand here?" Zhanbu Haolin asked again. Zichun smiled and said, "In this world, there is not so much hatred that can't be resolved. Look at them now. Aren't they trying to adapt to all this? This battle should last for a long time. During this process, the survivors will slowly adapt to the existence of the Life Star." This was Zichun's plan. Using battle to sharpen everything, they would eventually adapt. He believed that after this war was over, the surviving non-humankind beings would all be on his side to some extent. Manshur and the others had fully recovered from their injuries, so they soon joined the battle. They had been through many battles before, so they had adapted to the alien race's fighting style. As the battle continued, Manshur and the others were not afraid of death, which left a deep impression on others. Good, very good. After the battle, the trading area was recovered. Looking at the people who were cleaning the battlefield, Tu-Yi came to Manshur and said excitedly. Manshur nodded. To the others, the battle was cruel, but they enjoyed it very much. Compared to before, this battle was indeed enjoyable because they didn't need to worry about the consumption of energy. They only needed to focus on killing. Zichun had given them so many resources that they didn't dare to imagine. And Zichun had only one request for them: don't die and use the resources as they liked. In this battle, as long as they didn't deliberately find trouble with the false saint experts, Manshur's team could be considered invincible. Luoong and Shen Tiandao also walked over. Since they had come to the Star Road, they had never thought that they could fight like this. Moreover, the people they hated so much before had become allies in just a blink of an eye. They had to admit that this was fate playing tricks on them. It's too bad that they died too early. Everyone who was in a good mood suddenly thought of those who had died along the way, and their mood became gloomy. Manshur sighed and said, "Look on the bright side. From the moment we set foot on the star path, our lives were no longer our own. Now, to be able to have such a situation, it is already a great blessing for us. Although we have suffered heavy casualties, but the people who come later will have a much smoother road. After arriving here, there will also be more opportunities. In the face of some inexplicable danger, there will always be people who want to set a precedent, and when they enjoy certain results, there will always be predecessors who die in battle. The Nephis starfield was worthy of being called a place of guidance." After the battle, Zichun also arranged some people to guard the outer void. During this period, they encountered dozens of heaven realms from the Zhanmu continent. They were lucky to have not been ambushed when they came here, and after hearing that Zichun was guarding this place, they all looked very excited. Every person who came here would have someone to inform Zichun. Some of them were the second wave to come to the Star Road after Manshur and the others. Gradually, Zichun guessed that all the cultivators from the Zhanmu continent would appear here. If that was the case, then Lei Dong, Five Elements, Black Dragon, and the others would also appear here. Then, what was their situation? Were they killed, or did they go somewhere else? For others, Zi-Chin could completely ignore their life and death. But Zi-Chun had to pay attention to Lei Dong's life and death. There must be something special about the other party. He must have mastered several heavenly Dao techniques of the Lightning Clan. In addition, he also had the heavenly Thunder Wings, which was something Zi-Chin had to obtain. With this guess in his heart, Zi-Chen ordered that some cultivators be deliberately left behind to search their souls during the battle to see if they had seen any traces of Lei Dong and the others. Following Zi-Chen's order, after a month, there was news that they had actually seen these people. These people had arrived in this star field more than 10 years ago. But after facing this level of pursuit, they did not stay for long and entered the depths of the star field. Zi-Chan was very surprised by the scene because these people appeared in a group, and when they escaped, they used the Kong clan's aircraft. After that, these people chased after them. As for whether they were alive or dead, no one knew because those who chased after them did not return, including the pseudo-saint who chased after them. They actually entered the next star field alive. Hearing this news, Zi-Chan was a little surprised, but for some reason he was also a little relieved. However, thinking about the powerful battle strength of those people, once they gathered together, it would definitely be terrifying. And those cultivators of the Kong clan, he believed that they had not encountered such a powerful existence for a long time. They should have been stunned at the beginning of the battle, leaving time for Black Dragon and the others to escape. Lei Dong, don't die. Even if you die, you can only die in my hands. A cold light flashed in Zi-Chen's eyes. Some grudges could be put down, but some couldn't. Because of the heavenly Thunder Wings, he and Lei Dong were destined to die. Half a year later, the two great families were completely destroyed, and their headquarters were also breached. The cultivators of the two great families either died or ran away, and some radicals tried to fight back. After winning the first stage of the battle, the Beishi clan began the second stage of the purge. This purge was aimed at those radicals who did not know what was good for them. Next, this star field would become a pure land for the cultivators of the life star. Whoever opposed it would have to die. If it was an individual who opposed it, he would die even faster. In the midst of this constant purge, a mysterious force in the Nephes star field finally couldn't sit still. The situation was developing too fast, far beyond their expectations. They felt that they couldn't let this situation continue. They had to do something. Chapter 2213. In the Star Road, there had always been a mysterious force. Almost everyone knew about this force, but no one had ever seen it. They came from the depths of the Star Road and were the secret guards of the Star Road. They were responsible for monitoring every movement of the Star Road and allowing it to develop naturally. During this period, no big changes could happen. They didn't have much power in the star area, and there was nothing special about them. However, the force behind them was the ruler of the entire Star Road. Ever since the Rakshasa starfield began to change, they had been keeping a close eye on everything, until Luo Fei's death and the destruction of the two overlords of the Nickel starfield. Until now, the Nephes starfield had changed hands. The overlord forces in the Star Road had been deliberately reported. During this period, the saints couldn't kill each other. It was just like how the Gung family could easily destroy the Luo family and kill Luo Fei, but they still didn't do it. Zi-Chen's actions had violated the rules of the Star Road. Therefore, these mysterious forces started to take action. They reported all the information they had gathered to the depths of the star area. They could turn a blind eye to ordinary internal conflicts. However, once the situation of the Star Road changed, they had to pay attention to it. This time, the Bexy family and the existence of the Life Star had joined hands. The impact would change the entire situation of the Star Road. The Sin Star used to be under the joint control of the three forces. It was the core of the entire Sin Star area, the most prosperous area. Now it was under the sole control of the Bexy family. Zi-Chin had also moved here from the Bexy family. He sat in the tallest building in the center. This building was built by the three forces. It was the symbol of the Sin Star. The small-scale battles hadn't ended yet. There would always be some survivors of the two families jumping out and crazily killing. Therefore, Ziqin didn't send the saints to clean them up. Instead, he asked his Heaven Realm subordinates to form an alliance with the Bexy family and other forces to slowly encircle them. After a long time, these cultivators would slowly get used to the existence of these people and wouldn't reject them. After knowing the whereabouts of Lei Dong and the others, Ziqin was thinking about his next plan. It would take at least 10 years for this place to calm down. During this time, Ziqin couldn't stay here forever. If he continued forward, he might be able to catch up to Lei Dong. Ziqin didn't care about what Basi Konghong was worried about. According to Zambo Haoming, the overlord forces in the depths of the star field had suffered a great loss at the hands of his teacher, Limitless. Even the Da family had closed their doors and refused to come out. Therefore, he believed that the other overlord forces wouldn't appear either. Moreover, as long as no saint ruler came, Ziqin would not be afraid of anyone with his current overall strength. Before deciding to go deeper, Ziqin planned to head to Dei's sector to take a look. There were other people there, and he wondered how Zambo Haoming was doing. After making up his mind, Ziqin, who had nothing to do here, embarked on the journey to the Dei Star field alone the next day. During this period, he brought a saint-level aircraft with him. After teleporting to the edge of the star field, he could quickly reach the Dei Star field. After arriving at the Dei Star field, Ziqin went directly to Moon City. He passed by many areas along the way, but he didn't see any battles. The peace here was beyond Ziqin's imagination. Without deliberately looking for Zambo Haoming, Ziqin went directly to the planet where the Moon Clan was located. On the abandoned planets outside the Moon Clan, Ziqin found the figures of foreign races. After entering the planet where the Moon Clan was located, Ziqin saw the towering city from afar and flew forward. The guards on the city wall cheered loudly when they saw Ziqin. Then the city gate opened and Ziqin walked into the city. Mingyu heard the news and quickly came. When she saw Ziqin return alone, a hint of doubt appeared on her beautiful face. She asked, "Why are you alone? How's the situation?" Ziqin, who was walking toward his residence, said, "Everything is under control. There are no other abnormalities here, right?" "No, it's just that outside this planet, Zambo Haoming said that he would support a line of defense for us. He's now sending people to build a city there." In the room, Ziqin pondered for a moment and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Do you have any way to contact him?" Before Ming could respond, a voice came from outside the door. "Lord Ziqin, Patriarch Zambo requests to see you." Ziqin smiled and said, "You're well informed. Let him in." Soon, Zambo Haoming walked into Ziqin's room. After seeing Ziqin, he was about to salute, but Ziqin waved his hand, indicating that the other party need not be so polite. The latter asked anxiously, "May I know how Lord Ziqin is doing in the Nephis starfield?" Second sister didn't cause any trouble for Lord, did she? Because the two starfields are not connected, and they have to rely on aircraft to travel back and forth, Zambo Haoming doesn't know the specific situation in the Nephis starfield. He only vaguely sensed that something big has happened there. During this time, because Zambo Haolin has been following Ziqin, she was too embarrassed to send messages to her brother. It's already in the final stage. Haolin has been following me, and she's doing well recently. Ziqin, who knew what the other party meant, nodded and said. Zambo Haoming breathed a sigh of relief, but he seemed to have thought of something and asked in confusion, "What final stage?" "The forces of the Norman and Connor families have been destroyed, and the Bexy family has submitted to us. They are now trying to control the entire Nephis starfield." Hearing Ziqin's words, Zambo Haoming's face was full of shock. Even Mingyue was moved. Ziqin has only been away for more than a year. In such a short time, he has already taken control of the entire Nephis starfield. What kind of speed is this? I came back this time mainly to see how things are going on your side. Zichen looked at the shocked Zambohaoming and said. After the shock on his face faded a little, Zambohaoming said, They have all submitted, but it will take a long time to fully control them. The current situation should be stable, and there won't be any more wars. If Lord has any orders now, we can transfer people to help. Zichen shook his head and said, There's no need for that for the time being. It will take some time for them to adapt. After both sides have adapted, you can arrange for some people to set up some transmission arrays between the two star fields. This way, if something uncontrollable happens, there will be support for each other. By the way, I heard that you are preparing to establish a force around here. Yes, first for the safety of this place, and second for the prosperity and liveliness of this place, Zambohaoming said. There's no need to go through so much trouble here. They won't stay here for too long. When the time is right, I will take everyone and leave, Zichen said. This star field was relatively remote. If he wanted to make it prosperous, the resources and manpower consumed would be too great. It was completely unnecessary. Although he knew that the other party had good intentions, Zichen had to refuse. Zambohaoming nodded, indicating that he would have his people withdraw soon. At this moment, the world fluctuated, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. The fluctuations of Saint Force emerged. Zichen couldn't be more familiar with this scene. It was the sign of another saint crystal being formed. Zambohaoming, who hadn't recovered from the shock of hearing Zichen's news just now, felt the fluctuations again. His expression became extremely interesting. In just over a year, Zichen had fulfilled his promise and condensed 3 saint crystals. Now, he had condensed the 5th saint crystal. The other party was only a clone, but his efficiency was much faster than many harmonious spirit masters. Zambohaoming couldn't help but admire him. It was as if all the good things in the world were taken by Zichen alone. The luck of the whole world was on him, making people envious and jealous. After Zambohaoming left, Zichen went to the place where his clone was. Although the clone had the void monarch tree and didn't need to worry about energy consumption, his strength wouldn't grow. During this period of time, Zichen's strength had improved a lot, but the clone's strength was still stagnant at more than a year ago. On the contrary, the clone's proficiency in condensing Saint crystals had increased a lot. After the fusion, he would create another clone, which would be on par with Zichen's real body. While Zichen was staying in Day Star Field, a team led by 3 saints suddenly entered the evil star one day. After the other party appeared, they walked directly to the Bexi clan's current residence. Their attitude was very rude and unreasonable. When they arrived at the Bexi clan's residence, the other party didn't need an outsider to announce their arrival. The young saint in the lead said arrogantly, "Ask the person in charge here to come out and see me." Coming here with such an arrogant attitude, let alone 3 saints, even if there were 6 of them, they would simply be courting death. So, immediately, several saints appeared and stared coldly at the arrogant young man. Although the 2 saints following the young man looked arrogant, the panic in their eyes was obvious. Obviously, this was a forced act. On the contrary, the young man in the lead was the kind of existence who was truly arrogant. "What, you still want to fight? Ask your manager to come out and see me," the young saint said with a cold smile at Huan Kai. "My sir is not here. If you have something to say, say it to me," Huan Kai said indifferently. The young saint sneered, "You? Open your dog eyes wide and see what kind of identity you have to be qualified to speak to this sir." As he spoke, a black token appeared in the young man's hand. He grabbed the token and threw it at Huan Kai's face. Huan Kai caught the command medallion. The command medallion was made of an indescribable black material. It was somewhat heavy, and after it entered his hand, it was ice cold. One side of the command medallion was engraved with the 2 ancient words Star Path. On the other side, there was a large bird with its entire body burning in flames, spreading its wings, ready to take flight. "What the hell is this?" playing with the ancient and somewhat extraordinary token in his hand. Huan Kai's expression was still cold. This is the Star Path Supervising Envoy's supervisory token. Beside Huan Kai, the other saints from the Bexi clan also exclaimed when they saw the token in Huan Kai's hand. Chapter 22:14. The Star Road was a place of opportunity for all the heavenly realms. It was also a place where the experts of all the worlds gathered. The experts here included the experts of the entire world. The number of experts here far exceeded any one force. Take the Zhanwu continent, for example. In the entire history of the Zhanwu continent, the number of saints they had was far less than the saints of the Star Road. It was the same for the heavenly realms. If the experts of the Star Road were to attack the Zhanwu continent, it might only take a day to destroy the Zhanwu continent. As a place where experts gathered, this place was very important. There had always been a star field manager in charge of this place. Once these star fields were in turmoil, the losses caused would be unimaginable. The token that the youth threw out was the token of the Star Road's supervising envoy. The identity of the other party was like an imperial envoy sent by a country with an emperor. The token was equivalent to the imperial sword in the hands of the imperial envoy. It could mobilize other forces, act first, and report later. In the Star Road, everyone had to abide by the rules of the Star Road. No one could disobey the supervising envoy, see the supervising token, and see the Star Road's master. After these saints from the Bexi clan saw the token, they cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with shock and panic. Sure enough, what they were worried about would happen. The Star Road's supervising envoy had actually come. Although they didn't need to kneel down like in the mortal world when they saw the other party, their expressions were much more respectful. The killing intent surging in their bodies had also disappeared without a trace. The token in Huan Kai's hand was also taken away by a saint. Then he respectfully returned it to the young saint. The saint said respectfully, "I didn't know that sir was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." The youth nodded indifferently and looked at Huan Kai. At this moment, Huan Kai still didn't know what this token meant. His expression was very unhappy. The young saint pointed at Huan Kai and said indifferently, "Give it to him and let him return it to me. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Will Huitevel. You are from the Huite clan." The saint of the Bei Shi clan had a respectful expression. He then turned around and handed the badge to Huan Kai. At the same time, he used his eyes to signal him not to be impulsive. Huan Kai did not understand the situation here, but from the expressions of the Bei Shi clan saints, he could tell that the other party's background was not ordinary. Since Lord Zichun was not here, he could not cause trouble, so he respectfully took the token and handed it to Will. He said, respectfully, "I did not know that Lord Will was here. I hope Lord Will can forgive me." Smiling coldly at Huan Kai, Hauteville leaned forward and took the token. He patted Huan Kai's face with the token and said, "This attitude is very good. This Darren likes it." Being humiliated like this, Huan Kai's expression stiffened. A sharp light flashed through his eyes. Just at this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded from behind him. What happened? Zambu Haline walked out from the back of the crowd and looked at the scene in front of him with a pair of long and narrow eyes. After seeing the token in the young man's hand, he was somewhat flattered and said, "Is it Sir Supervisor?" "Greetings, sir. Please come in, sir." Will slowly put away the token and looked at Huan Kai with a smug smile. He then looked up at Zambu Haline. A strange light flashed through his eyes. He said faintly, "You have the final say here." "No, my lord has not returned yet. Lord, please come in with me to rest. We will inform Lord now." Zambu Haline bowed slightly and said respectfully. Will snorted softly and said discontentedly, "There is only one Lord Will here." "Yes, Lord Will, please come in." Zambu Haline said in a more serious tone. The two saints behind Will finally breathed a sigh of relief. The few false saints and half-step saints behind them were also relieved. The current Bei Shi clan could be said to be like the sun in the sky. Once they offended the other party, perhaps the supervisor was not afraid, but their future days would be difficult. In fact, they did not understand why the Hort clan would send such an unreliable person to deal with the matter after the news spread. "What's your name?" Will looked at Zambio Howleen beside him and asked. "Lord Zambio Howleen, a very good name and a saint. If you follow this Lord, you can go anywhere in the Star Road. It's much better than staying in such a small place," Will said faintly. Compared to Huan Kai and the others, Zambio Howleen was more experienced in dealing with such matters, so she came to the rescue at the critical moment. If she had not appeared, Huan Kai would have screwed up the matter just now. After being led to the hall by Will and the others, Bei Shi Kong Hong, who had heard the news, also rushed over. He seemed to be in a hurry. When he arrived, the cold sweat on his forehead had not yet fallen. In this short period of time, Huan Kai and the others also knew the origin and identity of the other party and were very shocked. The Hort clan was another huge force in the Star Road. It was in existence on par with the former Daf clan, and its status was also equivalent to the Wuji sect in the martial Sky continent. It could be said that in the Star Road there was no force stronger than them. Only those who were on par with them could be said to have reached the end of the line. Bei Shi Kong Hong greets Lord Will. Arriving here, Bei Shi Kong Hong immediately bowed, looking very nervous. "Do you have the final say here? This time you did very well." Sitting in the main seat, Will looked at Bei Shi Kong Hong indifferently. "I am one of the people in charge here. There is one who hasn't returned and is on his way back." After a slight hesitation, Bei Shi Kong Hong gave such an answer. "That person is called Zichin. Yes, Lord Zichin. Bulsh *T, my lord. There's only my lord will hear. Since he's not here, let's wait for him to come back. I'd like to see how he's going to give me an explanation for ignoring the rules of the Star Passage and breaking the rules everywhere along the way," Will said with a cold snort. Here, no one dared to disobey Will's orders. The latter also intended to communicate with Zanbu Howleen, but the other party's gaze made Zanbu Howleen very unhappy. Someone had already gone to inform Zichin. This time, it was related to the Hort clan. If it wasn't handled properly, it would be extremely dangerous. There had always been a rumor that there were secret guards constantly monitoring the Star Road's movements. It seemed that this time it wasn't fake. Zichin, who was still planning to stay in the Moon clan for a few days, heard Xing Chen's soul transmission and knew that something had happened. He immediately bid farewell to Mingyue and left the Moon clan. At the edge of the Dei star field, he saw Xing Chen. The other party had sent him a message here. What happened? After seeing Xing Chen, Zichin asked. "The Star Road's supervising envoy is here," said Xing Chen. "What supervising envoy?" Zichin looked puzzled. "It's someone from the force that dictates the rules of the Star Road." "How many came? Are there any saint kings?" 3 saints came. The others are some false saints and half-saints. There are no saint kings, but they are extremely arrogant. Xing Chen briefly explained what had happened between the other party and Huan Kai. When Zichin heard this, his face became gloomy. He said coldly, "Arrogant my ass. Just kill them." The two turned and walked toward the void world. Xing Chen smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. The other party is from the Hort clan. That clan is as famous as the Daf clan. They are all managers of the Star Road. It's easy to kill him, but soon there will be a large army from the Hort clan. I remember that clan from my memory. It's already the top clan." Hearing this, Zichen's face became even gloomier. They didn't care when our people were being oppressed, but now they are here to cause trouble. It's obvious that they are deliberately targeting us. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. I advise you to give up on this idea. The assets we have accumulated over the years can't withstand this kind of torment. In my opinion, the other party is too impetuous and not as steady as Daf Hill. Perhaps he can be persuaded by some benefits, but it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let's try to resolve this matter with some blood. This is not my idea alone. It's almost everyone's idea. The two entered the aircraft and flew toward a nearby planet. When they arrived at the Star of Evil, it was coincidentally night. When Zi-Chen went to meet the other party, he was told that Lord Wu was already resting and could not meet guests. Saints need to rest. Zi-Chen looked at the two saints at the door and narrowed his eyes slightly. Their expressions became rather unnatural, and their gazes were somewhat evasive. Perhaps others did not know the strength of this person in front of them, but as secret guards, they knew very well. This person had killed Luo Fei in the Rakshasa Galaxy. In the Nickel Galaxy, he had killed several saints with his own hands, causing the Gung family and the Nico family to be completely destroyed. As for what happened in the Dei Galaxy, for some reason, they did not know. Although they did not see the other party make a move this time, it was obvious that the other party had become stronger in these few years of hiding. Others may not need to rest, but Lord Wu needs to. One of the saints pretended to be calm, and at the same time he deliberately raised the volume of his voice. Humph! Glancing at the two, Zi-Chen snorted softly and turned to leave. The two saints guarding the door watched Zi-Chen leave and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. When they looked at each other again, they found that the other party's forehead was covered in cold sweat. How was it? When Zi-Chen returned to his residence, Xing-Qin and the others went up to him and asked, "That guy is resting. He's not seeing guests," Zi-Qin said in a bad mood. "This Hotwell does have a lot of problems. You should be more tolerant of him. After all, we're the ones who broke the rules this time. Don't provoke him. A person like him may not be strong, but he has a lot of power." "It'll be troublesome to provoke him," said Zambo Howlin. "By the way, where is Basich Konghong?" Zi-Qin turned his head and looked around. "Sir, what are your orders?" Basich Konghong walked over from the side. "Go and check on those two saints for me. I feel that there is something wrong with their expressions. They don't look like people from big families at all. See if you can find anything." Zi-Chen ordered. Chapter 2215. As the only major force in the Nephis star field. Even if they couldn't completely control the entire star field, it wasn't too difficult for them to obtain some original information. What's more, it was information about two saints. In this star field, there weren't many saints to begin with. Soon, Bei Zikanghong obtained some useful clues and immediately came here to find Zi-Chen. "Sir, I've found out that the two saints and those people are the shadow guards of this star field." Bei Zikanghong told Zi-Chen all the clues he knew and even found the residence of these people. Originally, they were hiding in the dark, and it was indeed difficult to discover their identity. But now that they had followed Hotwell from the dark to the light, it wasn't difficult to obtain these clues. Oh, in that case, only Hotwell came from the depths of the star field, and the others were temporarily there to make up the numbers. Zi-Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, "The Shadow Guards are members of those major forces. Although they have been stationed here, they're still under the management of the family." Bei Zikanghong said. Zi-Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. After a moment, Zi-Chen said, "There are some things you need to do now." The next day, at noon, Hotwell sent someone to summon Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen walked towards the other party's residence and saw Hotwell in the living room. The latter was wearing a luxurious robe, and his handsome face didn't look too good. When he looked at Zi-Chen, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. This time, Zi-Chen didn't come alone. Bei Zikanghong followed behind him. After arriving, he bowed to the other party. Hotwell looked at Zi-Chen as he slammed the table and stood up. It was as if he wanted to vent all his pent-up anger at this moment. He roared, "Zi-Chen, how dare you? How dare you make me summon you personally?" Zi-Chen said lightly, "I came last night, but unfortunately, Sir's resting and didn't want to see anyone. I didn't know when Sir would be free, so I didn't come to disturb Sir early in the morning." Hotwell snorted coldly, but did not continue to be angry. He knew about what had happened yesterday, and he had seen Zichen as well. He had intended to give Zichen the cold shoulder, but he had expected Zichen to be so worried that he did not have a good night's rest that he would come here early in the morning. Who knew that Zichen would not show up until noon? He sat down, glanced at Zichen, and said, "Zichen, do you know why this sir is here?" Zichen shook his head and said, "Zichen doesn't know." Impudent. Hotwell's suppressed anger erupted again. He slammed the table and stood up, staring coldly at Zichen. This guy was really too uncooperative. He kept singing the opposite tune, and things couldn't continue. Fortunately, he did some homework before coming. He said coldly, "You don't know? Then I'll tell you and let you think about it. You should have an impression of the Luo family in the Rakshasa star field. You broke the rules of the star path, killed Saint Luo Fei, and destroyed the Luo family." Hotwell stared coldly at Zichen and said, "Do you admit to this? Do you admit to this?" Zichen clasped his hands and said, "Sir, I admit to this, but I don't admit to this. I destroyed the Luo family purely to protect myself and to resist the oppression of the Luo family." Bei Zaikanghong obviously didn't expect that Zichen had done such a thing, and he looked a little surprised. Self-protection? Oppression? You're really good at quibbling. I've never seen anyone destroy a force to protect themselves. You have the strength to kill a saint. Do you still need to protect yourself? Sir, you've misunderstood. The Luo family's actions are so rampant that it makes one's hair stand on end. As an overlord force, they didn't fulfill their duties as an overlord force. Instead, they committed crimes and didn't even take the rules of the star path seriously. Everyone on the star path is equal, but they oppressed those who came to train, which led to overwhelming resentment, so everyone chose to resist, said Zichen. You're talking nonsense. You were the one who was greedy and wanted to destroy the Luo family. Sir, please understand, I didn't covet anything from the Luo family. Moreover, after the Luo family was destroyed, it was divided up by other forces. It had nothing to do with me. I just couldn't stand the oppression and stood up to resist. Looking at Hotwell's angry expression, Zichen said again, Sir, I have evidence. This evidence can prove my innocence. While speaking, Zichen took out a crystal ball. In the crystal ball, there were 9 people. They surrounded Zichen and Xingchen. In the image, Zichen, who was surrounded by the crowd, looked very wronged. His body was trembling slightly, and he said to one of the old men, I'm going to report you. I want to record your crimes. The people next to him laughed loudly when they heard this. The old man who was laughing looked at Zichen and said, Boy, you stole my things, and you still refuse to admit it. I didn't steal it. What evidence do you have? Zichen said loudly, looking very wronged. Evidence? Of course I have evidence. The 8 of them are evidence. Did you see? The old man turned around and looked at the 8 people. I saw it. It's this boy who stole it. I saw it with my own eyes. It's the Saint Power Crystal. When he first came in, I noticed that this boy was sneaking around. I didn't expect him to be a thief. Nonsense, you're all talking nonsense. That Saint Power Crystal is mine. How could I steal my own things? I said it's mine. You're all talking nonsense. Fine. Since you said I stole the Saint Power Crystal, then tell me, how many Saint Power Crystal did you lose? 4. Haha, you're lying. I have 5 Saint Power Crystal on me. You said you lost 4. Why do I have 5? In the image, Zichen's expression became very proud. I don't believe that you have 5 Saint Power Crystal on you. You stole 4 from me. The old man still insisted. You don't believe it? Then look at what this is. Zichen smiled proudly and took out 5 Saint Power Crystal. Oh, I remembered wrong. I lost 5 Saint Power Crystal. Seeing the Saint Power Crystal, the old man slapped his head and said, You're lying. I'm not lying. I'm sure I lost 5. Are you sure it's only 5? Now you should admit that these things are mine. 6. I have 6 Saint Power Crystal. What else do you have to say? Zichen held the 6th Saint Power Crystal in his hand. Don't be so agitated. I can also say that I was the one who lost everything you had. Even your life was lost by me. Right now, I'm going to take it back. You want to kill me and steal my treasures. Kill me and steal my treasures. Yes, that's what I mean. Don't forget that this is the star path. There are rules here. This memory crystal ball recorded everything. If you let me leave now, I won't pursue this matter. If you attack me, I will definitely report you. Bullshit rules. In this Rakshasa star field, my Luo family is the rule. In this trading place, I, Luo Miao, am the rule. Let me tell you, today I want to kill you and steal your treasures. The image ended here. The old man's words were still lingering in everyone's ears. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Bei Shikonghong looked at Zi Chun in surprise. He didn't expect him to have this kind of thing. It was obvious that he had deliberately prepared it, as if he was waiting to take it out today. Although they were wrong, they didn't deserve to die. They shouldn't have their family wiped out. After reading the memory crystal ball, Hotwell said, "Sir, don't worry. I have other things here." Then Zi Chen took out all kinds of crystal balls. There were many evidence of the Luo family's crimes of killing people and stealing their treasures. In addition, there was also the scene of them auctioning their slaves, as well as the scene of the slave fight. These were all deliberately done by Zichen because Xing Chen had already told him that there were rules in the star path. If he rashly broke the rules, it would be very troublesome. After reading these memories one by one, the people around them were speechless. "Sir, the star path has rules, but the Luo family didn't follow them at all. They even used their strength to persecute the trainees. If this kind of family isn't eradicated, it will be a disgrace to the star path. Sir, you intended to protect them, but they didn't recognize you. They thought that they were the rules in the star path." Zi Qin cupped his fists again and said, "So, I admit that I killed them, but I'm not guilty. Not only am I not guilty, but those who resisted with me are also not guilty." They didn't mean to convict others. Zi Chen's words were completely to absolve himself. These people who didn't follow the rules really deserve to die. I hate people who don't follow the rules the most. Fortunately, Sir Zi Chen wiped them out. Otherwise, I would have also wiped them out when I saw this, Bei Sai Konghong said righteously. "There's only one Sir will hear." Seeing Will's dissatisfied expression, the saint behind him corrected him. "That's right. I hope Sir can make a decision on this matter." Zi Chen cupped his fists again and bowed. Waving his hand, Hotwell said, "You're right in this matter. What about the Nickel Star region? You killed the saint there without permission and destroyed the Gung family and the Nickel Star region. How do you explain this matter?" When Zi Chen heard this, he cupped his fists again and said, "Sir, I'm also a victim in this matter. I was prepared to report those two forces to you. They relied on the fact that they had a saint and wanted to destroy the Yaoji family. The Yaoji family also had a saint. According to the rules, they couldn't start a war. However, those two forces sent several saints. At that time, I was only in the heaven realm, so I had no choice but to participate in the war." Thus, Zi Qin began to recount what had happened back then. Of course, words were not proof, and everything required evidence. None of this was a problem for Zi Qin. These were all in his memories. He just had to use his spiritual senses to create a new crystal ball. Coincidentally, his perfect spiritual senses were omnipotent. This kind of memory copying was child's play to him. Just last night, Zi Chen had prepared copy at the last minute. When the crystal ball was taken out, everyone was speechless again. The atmosphere became silent again. Chapter 22:16. The atmosphere was silent. They had come here to punish Zi Chen since they had solid evidence. Who knew that Zi Chen was prepared in advance? They didn't say a word when they saw what was recorded in the memory crystal ball. It was obvious that the two major forces were threatening Guangyao, and she had already agreed. But they still wanted to destroy her family. As for Guangyao, they naturally knew her. She was a real peerless beauty. Hotwell's gloomy eyes swept across the crystal ball. He said angrily, If that's the case, those guys did deserve to die. You killed them well." Just when Zichun thought he had misheard, Hotwell's tone changed. "They did deserve to die. But what about the Nico family? They still had Saint. Why did you kill him and bring people to destroy the Nico family and the Gung family?" Zichun looked very wronged. "My lord, this is a misunderstanding. A real misunderstanding. I didn't kill the saint of that family. I didn't dare to rashly go to their family. I heard that the saint of their family left for some reason. I've been worried that they went out for revenge. So I took the entire Yao family and ran away. As for the Nico family, I really didn't destroy them. I know about the destruction of the Gung family. They were besieged by other forces. I couldn't stand the way the Gung family did things, so I brought people to attack them. But I didn't participate in the final battle and quickly left." This time Zichun didn't lie, but everyone knew that it was Zichun who did it. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. Moreover, without a saint, those forces would not be recognized, and they could fight with each other. To put it bluntly, the saints were the ones who were truly valued in the Star Road. As for the slaughter between the heaven realms, no one would care. At this point, it was obvious that there was no way to continue investigating the Nico star field. Moreover, Zichun was indeed only a heaven realm expert at that time. It didn't seem to be stated in the rules that it was against the rules for a heaven realm expert to kill a saint realm expert. Few people knew what had happened in the Dei star field, not even the Shadow Guards. Therefore, they had nothing to say about the saints their being killed. What about here? You colluded with the Bexy clan and destroyed 2 major forces. This is an ironclad fact. What else do you have to argue about? Hotwell gazed at Zichun. In fact, what he had seen wasn't important. What was important was this star area, Sinstar area. This place was known as the gateway to the War Marshal continent, the Life Star. This place was crucial. "Sir, please wait a moment." Zichun cupped his fists and said. Hotwell was startled, wondering if this guy could really produce evidence. Of course there was evidence, and it was carefully prepared. Soon, Brilliant brought all the evidence. Of course, there were also some crystal balls, which recorded the oppression the 2 forces had done to the cultivators on the Life Stars. In fact, he had only memorized all of this information last night. All he had to do was find some foreign races to cooperate with him, and it wasn't too difficult. The others were looking at the crystal balls, but Hotwell was looking at Brilliant. He didn't even blink. Deep in his eyes, there was a burning desire until Brilliant left. "Sir, these are all evidence. On the Star Road, everyone is equal. However, the Norman family and the Connor family had killed the trial takers from the Life Stars. During these years, I don't know how many people they had killed who would have made great contributions to the Star Road in the future. They didn't care about the rules of the Star Road and cut off our lives. They deserved to die." Zichun cupped his fists again. His voice was cold and harsh. "These 2 families were really hateful. I had advised them many times, but they didn't listen. I felt ashamed to be associated with them. So I killed them together with Sir Zichun. Only in this way could the cultivators from the Life Stars grow up and make great contributions to the Star Road." Baisai Konghong also spoke with conviction. Of course, his words were disdained by the 2 saints behind Hotwell. Everybody knew that the forces here were incompatible with the cultivators from the Life Stars. The Bexy family was the leader. Speaking of contributions to the Star Road, the only contribution the cultivators from the Life Stars had was that they had created Wuji. They had killed so many people that the Star Road was shaking. If this was a contribution, they didn't want it. Hotwell pulled himself together, glanced at Zichun, and said, "Zichun, what you said is reasonable. I admit that they had broken the rules of the Star Road, and they deserved to die. However, this isn't a reason for you to kill them." Hotwell's face showed a mocking smile. "Who do you think you are? Are you a supervising envoy? Are you a law enforcer? What right do you have to enforce the law on behalf of the Huote family? If they made a mistake, someone from the Huote family will be the one to enforce the law. Whether they should be killed or severely punished, we will decide. It's not up to you to enforce the law. If everyone does what you do, what's the use of us supervising envoys? What's the use of the Star Road managers? Today you thought they were wrong, so you could kill them. If one day you don't like the manager, can you kill the manager too? Hotwell's words became sharper and sharper as he spoke. This was the crux of the problem. It was what everyone was worried about. It was also the main reason why Zi-Chin came to see Hotwell as soon as he got the news. Although they were wrong, they didn't have the right to enforce the law. Zi-Chen smiled apologetically. Sir, what are you talking about? I don't dare to disrespect you. However, this kind of thing has a big impact on the cultivators of the life stars. I can't just watch them die. That's why I have to do this. No matter how bad the situation is, it's still up to us. Even if they kill all the cultivators from the life stars, it's not up to you to kill them. After we know all about this, we will give them an explanation, said Hotwell. An explanation to whom? An explanation to a dead man? Asked Zi-Chin. The smile on his face disappeared. Yes, an explanation to a dead man. But now, you should give me an explanation, sneered Hotwell. Zi-Chin took a deep breath and said, I will definitely give you an explanation. But before that, I want to ask you what you think about this matter. As far as I know, this situation has been going on for hundreds of thousands of years in this star area. For such a long time, no one has reported this matter. Could it be that even Sir, the supervisor envoy of the star path, doesn't know about this? Impudent. Zi-Chin, are you questioning this lord's lack of supervision? Hotwell said with a cold expression. Zi-Chin clasped his fist and said, I don't dare. It's just that. If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. Tell me now, how are you going to explain this to me? Hotwell interrupted Zi-Chin. Seeing that Zi-Chan was really angry, Bei Zikanghong hurriedly sent him a voice transmission. Sir, you have to consider the overall situation. Zi-Chin acted as if he didn't hear Bei Zikanghong's voice transmission. Of course, I believe that this is not Sir's fault. I believe that those who reported the situation neglected to report it. It has been hundreds of thousands of years. I suspect that they have ulterior motives. While speaking, Zi-Chen inadvertently glanced at the two people behind Hotwell. Their expressions changed, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Oh, are you going to kill those shadow guards as well? Hotwell stared coldly at Zi-Chen and said, Are you going to kill me, the supervisor envoy, as well? Zi-Chen remained silent. I know you have the strength, but as long as I die here, the army of the Hort family will come here in a few days and raze this star area to the ground. As for all of you, you will die here. Hotwell stood up from his seat and pointed at Zi-Chin. I came here to ask for an explanation. How are you going to solve this matter? Zi-Chin clasped his fists and said, Since this is Zi-Chen's fault, then I'll use Zi-Chen's life to make up for it. Hotwell sneered, Your life? Do you think your cheap life is worth the lives of 20 saints? Do you think your dog life is worth the lives of thousands of cultivators from the two clans? Hotwell's expression was arrogant, and his expression was indescribably arrogant. This not only shocked Bexi Konghong, but also the two saints behind him. This lord was a truly ruthless person. Even if you were from the Hotwell family, you shouldn't be so aggressive. If you were really forced into a corner, killing you would be a matter of minutes. Facing Hotwell's attitude, Zi-Chen didn't seem to be pushed too far. He didn't forget to salute Hotwell and asked respectfully, Since Sir doesn't want to take my life, then what kind of explanation does Sir want from Zi-Chen? Hotwell looked coldly at Zi-Chen and didn't say a word. Bei Zikanghong carefully transmitted his voice to Zi-Chen, telling him to look at the big picture. Zi-Chen thought for a moment and said, This matter is Zi-Chen's fault. Sir, how about this? I happen to know a harmonious spirit master, and we have a good relationship. Why don't I provide the resources to let that harmonious spirit master condense 2 saint crystals that Sir needs? 2 saint crystals represented 2 saints. More importantly, Ziqin knew a harmonious spirit master as a friend, and he could casually ask him to condense 2 saint crystals. Hotwell looked at Ziqin with disdain and said, "Do you think I haven't seen saint crystals before?" For saint crystals, Hotwell smiled but didn't say anything. 6 saint crystals, 8 saint crystals, 10 saint crystals. 10 saint crystals represented 10 saints. It seemed that no force wouldn't be tempted by this kind of free gift. Who knew that Hotwell wouldn't be moved at all? Whether it was Bei Ziqinghong or the 2 saints behind him, they were all shocked by Ziqin's conditions. Obviously, Ziqin wouldn't joke in this case, so the 10 saint crystals were definitely real. They were shocked by the other party's generosity. Ziqin really doesn't know how to explain this. I hope Sir can guide me. Seeing that saint crystals couldn't move the other party at all, Ziqin could only bow again and ask aloud. Taking a deep look at Ziqin, Hotwell said, "I don't want your dog life. Those 10 saint crystals are barely useful, but it's far from enough. However, I see that you are humble enough to admit your mistake. I can help you with this matter, but—" Hotwell paused here and looked at Ziqin. "Please speak, sir. However, I see that Zamba, Haolin, and Guang Yao have great potential in the future. I want to take these 2 back to the family and give them resources to improve their strength." Chapter 22:17. Hotwell's request stunned Ziqin. He had been wondering why the other party was not even tempted by saint crystals, let alone 10 pieces. No great force could refuse such a temptation. Even the Hotwell family, the master of the Star Road, would never say that they would not be interested in 10 saints. However, Ziqin could tell that Hotwell really didn't think highly of them. But when he mentioned Zamba, Haolin, and Brilliant Light, Hotwell's eyes lit up. It was a blazing greed. Obviously, this was what he was really interested in. So Ziqin was stunned. Even Bei Shi, Kong Hong, and the 2 saints brought by Hotwell were stunned. They did not expect the other party to make such a useless request. No one was a fool. They could all see Hotwell's true intentions from his expression at the moment. Giving resources to improve his strength was simply nonsense. He just wanted to take the 2 women away and make them his exclusive property. Ziqin was stunned for 3 seconds. Unexpectedly, he did not get angry. Instead, he asked doubtfully, "This is Sir's request, but this matter—" Hotwell turned back and looked at Ziqin with a disdainful smile. "This matter is a big deal in your eyes. Losing your life is a trivial matter, and it may even cause the death of others. But for me, it's just a matter of a word. As long as you hand the 2 of them over to me, this matter will be over." Ziqin lowered his head, looking very hesitant. Hotwell sneered, "Life and death are in your hands." After pondering for a moment, Ziqin cupped his fists and said with a troubled expression, "To be honest, I paid a great price for the 10 saint crystals. Moreover, Brilliant and Zanbu Haolin are not my people, so I can't make the decision for them." "Sir, can you—" Hotwell snorted in dissatisfaction and interrupted Ziqin. "I can give up the 10 saint crystals, but I must take those 2 people away. I don't care what method you use, but if you don't want the family to pursue this matter, I must take them away." "Sir, can you give me some time to consider this matter?" "1 day. I'm only giving you 1 day," Hotwell said coldly. Thinking of the 2 women in his mind, his heart was also incomparably hot. His eyes became blazing again, and greed emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Such a beautiful woman, and a saint at that, seemed to be rare. Hotwell, who was in a state of fantasy, did not notice Ziqin, Bei Shi, and Kong Hong's departure. He believed that Ziqin would definitely not reject the offer of 2 women in exchange for his safety. The 2 saints also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this matter was over. When he returned to his room, a group of people were already waiting in the living room. After seeing Ziqin, Xingqian immediately asked, "How did the discussion go?" Ziqin shook his head and said, "It didn't go well. I offered 10 saint crystals, but he refused." Xingqian was shocked. There's actually such a person in this world. But he specifically asked for Dazzling and Zambia Haolin. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. That damn thing, I knew long ago that he wasn't a good person. The way he looked at Sir Dazzling before was strange. Huan Kai said angrily. Zambiu Howleen's face suddenly turned pale. She did not expect the other party to make such a request. On the other hand, Dazzling's expression did not change much. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. You agreed. Xingqian looked at Zichen and asked. Everyone else also looked at Zichen. I said I would consider it when I came back. Dazzling's expression did not change, but his mood became very low. Considering meant there was room for leeway. Was he going to repeat the same mistake again? Zambiu Howleen's expression changed, and no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Then what do you think? Xingqian asked again. I'm still thinking about it. I haven't decided yet, so I'm not going to ask you. Zichen turned his head to look at Zambiu Howleen and asked, You are more familiar with the star path. Do you think my situation is bad? Then Zichen told her what he had done since he came to the star path. Although she knew some of it, she was still very surprised to hear that even the Luo family of the Rakshasa star field had been wiped out by Zichen. Seeing that Zichen's serious expression did not seem to be joking, Zambiu Howleen also thought about it seriously and said, The other things may not be serious, but the evil star field is very serious. The attitude of the star path toward the cultivators of the life stars is unpredictable. Those overlords naturally have a great prejudice against the cultivators of the life stars because of what happened to your teacher. Now that we have proven the existence of the supervising emissary, they must know about this matter. But they didn't do anything about it. Obviously, they have tacitly agreed. After a pause, Zambiu Howleen continued. Tacitly agreeing to this matter has proved their attitude toward the cultivators of the life stars. Obviously, they don't want them to continue walking on the star path. Death is the best ending. However, this time, what you did will undoubtedly affect the situation of this star field. I believe that in the future, more cultivators from the life stars will come out from here and enter the star path to find opportunities. Do you think your situation is bad? Zichen pondered for a moment and said, If you put it that way, it should be very bad. It's more than bad. It's simply not worth regretting your death, Zambiu Howleen said. However, he didn't pursue such a bad thing. Not only did he not want me to die, but he also wanted the two of you. He was even willing to give up 10 saint crystals. Why is that? Not only Zichen was puzzled by this question, but the others were also puzzled. Could it be that he knows that Sir is too strong, so he just wants to leave after getting some benefits, and then bring experts to kill Sir? Huan Kai murmured. Zichen shook his head and said, That's not very likely. Before he came, he should have already known everything, including my combat strength. In that case, it can only be explained that this matter is really not a big deal to him. It proves that his position in the family is very high, and he can say whatever he wants, Xingqian said. Would a person with a very high position who can say whatever he wants be like this? Zichen asked back, What do you mean? Everyone did not understand what the other party meant. You've seen Doff Hill of the Doff family. Although he's a little crazy, he's not so arrogant. He seems to act ruthlessly, but there's a reason for it. Do you believe that such a person would give up 10 saint crystals for 2 trivial women and end this matter so hastily? Everyone fell silent. Few of the disciples of the great families with real potential are this kind of playboy. They all have great potential, and the real playboys are almost never the core of their families. Such a big matter is related to the future of the star field. I believe it's absolutely not something that can be easily resolved, but he doesn't seem to care. There must be a reason. Everyone could guess this, but what was the specific reason? Zichen smiled and said, No matter what the reason is, we should take the initiative to take a look instead of being so passive and restricted. What do you mean? Xingqian and the others looked at Zichen one after another. That guy's attitude is too arrogant. I don't like it. Besides, why should I let him take my people away? The smile on Zichen's face disappeared and his tone became cold. Bei Shikong Hong. Yes. Bei Shikong Hong stood up. Take some people to the residence of the Shadow Guards. Kill everyone, including the family members of the two saints, but remember to bring back their souls. I want to search their souls. Yes. Bei Shikong Hong was shocked by Zichen's actions, but he did not raise any objections. In his heart, of course, he did not want his master to be taken away. Send a few more people. I don't want anyone to leak the news, Zichen deliberately reminded. Bei Shikong Hong nodded and left. Everyone else looked at Zichen in a daze, especially Zanbu Haolin. The expression on her face was indescribably complicated. She was surprised, touched, and worried. What do you mean? Xing Chen looked at Zichen in surprise. Perhaps he does have a powerful force behind him, but he's underestimating me if he thinks he can scare me with just one person. Not to mention two women. Even if he wants two men, it's absolutely impossible. He can just send an army. Zichen's words had already made his attitude clear. The other saints nodded. They were not willing to be controlled like this. Wasn't it just a battle? They were not afraid. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Sir will summons you. Zichen smiled coldly. As the door opened, his expression had returned to normal. He looked at the shadow guard saint behind the guard and said, Didn't you say you would give me a day to think about it? Why did you summon me? Sir said he can't wait and wants your answer now. If you agree now, this matter will end. If you don't, then he will turn around and leave. I believe it won't be long before the Hua Te clan's army comes and razes this place to the ground. The saint said indifferently. All right, then let's go see Sir Will together. The two walked towards Will's residence. After seeing each other, Will said, coldly, What do you think? I'm still thinking, Zichen replied. I don't have so much time to wait. Give me an answer now. Either agree or be destroyed, Hotwell said impatiently. Then I choose not to agree, Zichen said indifferently. There is no such choice, unless you choose to be destroyed. Hotwell looked coldly at Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, Not agreeing doesn't mean I will be destroyed. With that, Zichen took out the Cosmos Origin Cauldron and released a ray of energy, forming a light shield to seal this place. Zichen, don't mess around. It's just two women. Do you have the heart to see the others be destroyed with you? The two saints knew what had happened, and their expressions changed. One of them shouted at Zichen, Zichen will never be threatened. Not to mention two women. I won't even give you two heaven realm experts. The Huete clan, right? I want to see what's left of you after the battle back then. Zichen's expression became extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Xing Chen, Brilliant, and the others turned into rays of light and appeared beside Zichen, their gazes cold. When the arrogant Hotwell saw this scene, he finally put away his arrogant expression. Chapter 2218. Looking at these saints and feeling their murderous intent, Hotwell could no longer be arrogant. With a gloomy expression, he said in a low voice, Zichen, what do you want? This situation was obviously beyond expectations. It was out of control. Not obeying the supervisory order and not fearing the supervisory envoy. This should be the first unexpected situation in hundreds of thousands of years after the Wuji era. This was like a cultivator with the Wuji sect's token with a special mission to patrol the sacred land. All the forces would treat the envoy with respect and worship. They would be careful when speaking. No matter how unreasonable the request was, no one dared to oppose it for the sake of the entire family. Over time, this would become a habit. The envoy was used to no one objecting, but now there were voices of opposition. Just like the imperial envoy who entered the nest of traitors and spoke in the name of the emperor. Obviously, no one obeyed. Now, Zichen was the voice of opposition. He was also the traitor. At this moment, the two saints were extremely frightened. Things had indeed developed in the worst possible way. They had already felt that this envoy was unreliable, and he had come too quickly. Now it was all over. Maybe this special envoy could live, but the two of them could barely be considered as followers. There was no way they could survive. Zichen took a step forward, and the saint power in his body surged. He said coldly, "What do you want to do? Can't you see? I'm going to kill you. Then you're ready to go to war with the Huate family." Hotwell's voice was still cold and calm, without a trace of panic. "If the Huate family has a saint king, I'll turn around and run. If there is no saint king, I'll kill a saint. If a group of them comes, I'll kill a group of them," Zichen said coldly. Hotwell laughed sarcastically and said, "Then I'll have to disappoint you. The next one to come should be a supreme saint, the strongest in this world." From Hotwell's expression, it was impossible to tell whether this was true or not, but it was meaningless. Since it was 100% impossible to hand him over, then they could only fight. In this situation, there was no need to talk about a one-on-one battle. Joining forces to end the battle quickly was the way to go. Send the signal quickly. At this moment, Hotwell's shocked expression finally changed. He formed a seal with both hands, forming an energy barrier in front of him. His figure directly retreated backward as he shouted. The two saints reacted quickly as well. They condensed saint power energy in their palms and shot it into the sky. Right now, there shouldn't be any shadow guards left alive in the entire Nephis starfield. Your signal is useless. A cold voice suddenly sounded in front of the two of them. It was Xing Qin who had already rushed over. Above the two of them, below the light shield, a star map appeared. Every star in the star map was emitting a bright light. The energy shot up from the two saints' fingertips and landed on the star chart, causing the star chart to shake. It was like the surface of a calm lake, causing ripples to form on the chart. These two energies dissipated amidst the vibrating ripples, following which the map glowed brightly, and a 7-star seal descended from the sky, shrouding the two of them. When the 7-star seal descended, the few saints behind Xing Qin swarmed forward. In this not-too-spacious living room, there were more than 10 saints. A few of them were controlling the saint power to seal the energy fluctuations in the room, preventing it from leaking out. The others were all attacking. "Where do you think you're going?" Hotwell, who was retreating, suddenly heard Zichen's voice behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately turned around and punched at Zichen's face. This punch was full of power, and it directly hit Zichen. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. However, in the face of such an attack, Zichen only slowly stretched out his hand, and his saint power gathered on his palm. Pa! Just like that, Hotwell's powerful punch was easily caught by Zichen. The powerful energy contained within the punch seemed to have dissipated due to the terrifying power formed by Zichen's bending of his fingers. Hotwell felt a sharp pain coming from his fist that was caught by Zichen. His expression twitched, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Before he came, he knew that Zichen was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be so strong. He was defeated in just one blow. In his eyes that were filled with pain, a cold light suddenly flashed. His left hand condensed a long sword made of saint power, and he slashed it towards Zichen's neck viciously. In the face of this attack, Zichen's expression did not change. He only gently raised his right arm. "You're courting death." Hotwell endured the pain and shouted coldly. In his opinion, Zichen was overestimating himself by blocking his attack with his arm. Pum! A violent tremor suddenly rang out. Hotwell felt as if his saber had struck a divine stone. The powerful rebounding force had not only shattered his saber, but the enormous force had also nearly split open the web between his thumb and forefinger. He felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and index finger on his left hand, but it was still fine. However, the right fist that Zichen had grabbed suddenly emitted the sound of frying beans. That was the sound of the bones in his right hand being crushed by Zichen. The pain caused by this kind of shattering was heart-wrenching. Zichin had used a lot of power in this attack. Not only was his right hand shattered, but his right arm was also shattered. The heart-wrenching pain continued to come and was infinitely magnified. Hotwell could no longer hold it in. He opened his mouth and let out a scream. His eyes were full of fear and pain. Even tears flowed out of his eyes. He had completely lost his mental state. Zichin looked at him indifferently. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. "Since you don't want to let me have an easy time, then you won't have an easy time. Zichin, I am from the Hotwell family. If you kill me today, in the future—" The sharp pain came again. This time, it was Zichin who pressed on his right shoulder. His 5 fingers pierced him like an eagle's claw. As for Hotwell's right arm, only the outer layer of skin was intact. It was swaying in front of him. The threat that was about to come out of his mouth could no longer be said. Hotwell, who was drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly begged, "Zichin, let me go. Let me go, and this matter is over. In the future, we will not interfere with each other's business." Zichin looked at him indifferently and asked, "Really?" Hotwell's eyes lit up as he said, "Really, this matter is over. Just pretend that I never came here and never met you. Then I'll let you go." As Zichin's voice fell, he really let go of Hotwell. This made Hotwell stare blankly, somewhat in disbelief. Zichin looked at him and said indifferently, "This is what you said. Don't forget it." I said it. Hotwell hurriedly nodded, but his heart was greatly relieved. Then he endured the pain coming from his right arm and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his left hand. However, before he could completely exhale, he seemed to have guessed something. His expression changed again. He turned around and saw Brilliant standing behind him. He saw the other party's exquisite and perfect face. He saw a dazzling golden light appear in front of him. Before he could raise his guard again, the golden light entered his sea of consciousness without warning, after which it abruptly pierced toward his soul. The pain was 10 times more intense than before. Hotwell's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Brilliant nodded at Zichin. Zichin raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy, which landed on Hotwell's body. Hotwell's body instantly exploded, turning into dust and dissipating, leaving behind only a lonely soul. It struggled in the golden light, appearing to be in great pain. His eyes were filled with despair and pleading, and there was no longer any trace of arrogance in them. Zichin's objective was not just to kill Hotwell. He also wanted to obtain Hotwell's memories and see what was left of the Hotwell clan. The souls of disciples from large organizations were all very special. If he forcefully searched their souls, he would not be able to obtain what he wanted. It might even cause their souls to explode. As such, Brilliant suddenly invaded Hotwell's soul when he was completely relaxed and searched through his memories. As for the other side, the battle ended very quickly. Xing Chen killed 2 saints and left their souls behind so that Brilliant could search their souls. Just as Zichin made his move, the other dark guards who were left here were immediately controlled by Huan Kai and his men. Then, according to Zichin's instructions, they left their souls behind and destroyed their bodies. In the Nephis star field, there was a small transit planet that connected many planets. There was a trading ground on it. This place used to be controlled by the Norman clan, but now it belongs to the Bexy clan. No one knew that on this not-so-large transit planet, there was a Shadow Guard base. All the information gathered by the Shadow Guards over the years would be sent to this place at the first possible moment, and then passed on to the other star fields from here. Time was of the essence. Bexy Konghong, who had personally rushed here, did not care about shocking the world. He brought a group of experts and barged into this place. Following a shout to eradicate the remnants of the 2 great families, the silence was once again broken. The cultivators from the Bexy clan were like wolves and tigers. After rushing in, they began a frenzied slaughter. Such a commotion quickly alarmed the other cultivators. They appeared one after another, their faces filled with fear and unease. This place had just recovered from the chaos not long ago. Hearing the shouts from the slaughter, some cultivators couldn't help but curse. Those damned remnants of the two great families. Why did they come here for? After seeing the saints in the group, their hearts were filled with curiosity. They all guessed what kind of remnants were left here to alarm so many saints. On this day, 5 saints came to this small transit planet and left after killing some of the remnants. No one knew that the dead remnants were the dark guards of the Nephis star. Chapter 2219. Saint-level souls, especially the souls of saints in the big aristocratic families. Zi Qin didn't have the ability to completely investigate, so the main task of soul-searching fell on Dazzling. Xing Chen's attainments in the soul weren't weak either. He was responsible for searching for the souls of those pseudo-saints. As for Zi Qin, he was searching for the souls of those half-saints and heavenly realms. Soul-searching was much more reliable than information obtained through torture. As Zi Qin continued to soul-search, gradually he found out more about the locations of the dark guards in this star field. Zi Qin could even see their faces. In this star path, no one had ever had the idea of attacking the secret guards. Even Wuji didn't attack the secret guards back then. They had always been in the shadows. No one knew of their existence. But this time, Hotwell brought the secret guards out of the dark into the light. Coincidentally, Zi Qin saw through it again. So the entire huge secret guard communication network. It was unreservedly displayed in front of Zi Qin. Continuous soul-searching. Even with Zi Qin's perfect spiritual senses, he couldn't hold on any longer. But in this star path, it was known as the most powerful force. Zi Qin had to be cautious. Beisai Konghong. Following Zi Qin's summon, Beisai Konghong came to Zi Qin's room. Zi Qin passed on a spiritual sense memory to him. He said, "Send someone to bring these people back, dead or alive, as long as the memory is intact." Yes, Beisai Konghong went to carry out Zi Qin's order. Next, they would catch all the secret guards here in one fell swoop. Other than that, in Zi Qin's plan, the secret guards in the other star fields wouldn't be spared either. Since he wanted to kill them, then he would kill them all. After giving all the orders, Zi Qin quietly waited for news from Dazzling. 2 days later, Dazzling walked out of the room. His face was unhealthily pale. Obviously, he was mentally and physically exhausted. Looking at Dazzling, who walked into the room, Zi Qin and the others were chatting. Their expressions turned serious. He stared at Brilliant. He was looking forward to it. He took in everyone's expressions. Brilliant shook his head and said, "It's about the Hort clan. I can't find it. It's as if everything related to the Hort family has been forcibly erased." "Nothing at all?" Zi Qin asked doubtfully. Brilliant said, "It's not like we didn't gain anything. From his memory, I can see that he is not a true core disciple. At the very least, his status in the Doff family was incomparable to Doff Hill's. He could only be considered a collateral descendant. He left the Hort family very early on. When he left, he received a supervising envoy token. After that, he ran amok in the star path. As for who gave him the supervising envoy token, I can't see it. He heard the secret guard's message from Chengda Star region, so he came alone. For the sake of face, he took the initiative to bring along the secret guards here. Oh, by the way, in his memory, there are memories of your teacher going to the Hort family, but there's no clear picture. It's more like hearsay. He shouldn't have participated in that battle. He didn't see it with his own eyes. So there's no hatred for your teacher in the depths of his soul. Instead, he's full of reverence. This also explained why, after Hotwell knew that Zi Qin was Wuji's disciple, he didn't show any hatred. He even had thoughts of wanting Zi Qin dead. Zi Qin, who was still a little nervous at first. Now, his expression was a lot more relaxed. He said so. He hasn't contacted the Hort family for a long time. To be precise, he couldn't contact the Hort family. He didn't even know how to go back. He can run amok with the token. He didn't think of going back. Obviously, this matter was suppressed in Cheongda Star region. The Hort family didn't know about this, even if he killed Hotwell. The Hort family didn't know who killed him, and the Hort family situation. It should be the Doff family. No one would be able to come out in a short time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The other party came this time. It was purely a coincidence. If Zichen really let him take Brilliant and Zambu howling away, then he could only suffer in silence. The other party didn't want to do anything to him, or had the ability to do anything to him. This matter was a false alarm. This guy was too daring. He dared to cheat in front of Zichen, but this matter violated the rules of the Star Road after all. Once those two aristocratic families walked out from the shadows and into the light, they would definitely deal with this matter again. That would be the real disaster. Before the disaster came, what Zichen could do, that was to eliminate all the dark guards. In this way, the two big families couldn't get any news. Even if they came out, they couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Oh right, when I was searching his soul, I also got an interesting piece of news. It was said that Hotwell came to Cheongda Star region this time. He heard that some kind of treasure was born in this star region. Brilliant's expression also relaxed a lot. At this moment he chuckled. Zichen heard it. He asked curiously, "What treasure?" He didn't know the details himself. He hadn't gone to investigate yet. He just received such news, so he came here first. Cheongda Star region was the next star region. The cultivators on the life stars who had been training in the Star Road these years, except for Lei Dong and the others, no one had been able to go in there alive. He didn't know if Lei Dong and the others were still in that star region, but Zichen had to go and find them, not for other reasons, just for the heavenly thunder wings, for the Thunder Clan's extreme speed. Next, it was a big move against the secret guards. Zichen sent Xingchen to Dei Star region to contact Zambohaoming. He asked him to secretly bring people to monitor those secret guards so that he could kill them all. Of course, the souls of those secret guards couldn't be destroyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find the secret guards hidden in Zambu Star region. This was a relatively slow process because he had to find the contact between the two star regions. Then he could follow the vine to the melon, find the others. Fortunately, everyone had enough time to do this. For a long time, in these star regions, he would search the soul and kill the secret guards. As for how fierce the battle was, let's not talk about it for now. In short, after a bloodbath, in these star regions, there were no more secret guards. Even if a few were lucky enough to survive, their connection points were broken, and they couldn't transmit any useful information. The situation in the Sin Star region, it had completely stabilized. Everything that happened next just developed according to the normal situation. Whether Zichen would stay here, for this star region, it didn't have much meaning. After careful consideration, Zichen decided to go to Cheongda Star region, but he didn't plan to bring a large group there. These people were willing to follow him. They were willing to follow him to explore the Star Road, but he couldn't keep them like pets. He took them out during the battle. When he wasn't fighting, he put them in the universe origin cauldron. Zichen decided to leave these people behind. Not a single one. Let them develop here now. Adapt to the environment here. At the same time, he planned to build this place into a base that belonged to the Life Star. As for Manshur and Shun Tiandao, after Zichen's big battle, he arranged for the two of them to go to the E-Star region to find a clone. The two of them had strong battle power. Once they broke through to the Saint level, their battle power would naturally be stronger. When he decided to leave, Zichen wasn't sure whether to bring Xingchen or Dazzling. The two of them had strong battle power. There had to be one person guarding this place. Only then could Zichen rest assured when he left. But who should go with him? Who should stay? Zichen hadn't made up his mind yet. On this day, Beisai Konghong came to look for Zichen. He gave Zichen a soul. the owner of the soul, was a false saint. It was mainly responsible for contacting the secret guards in Chung, the star region. Zichen, who hadn't made up his mind yet. After seeing the soul of this false saint, he finally made up his mind. He looked at Beisai Konghong and said, "You've worked hard during this period of time." Beisai Konghong was in fear and trepidation. He kept saying that he didn't dare. He knew, in this team, Zichen was the real leader. His master, Dazzling, had to listen to Zichen. Zichen's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. These days he had always arranged for Beisai Konghong to do things. The other party was the master of this family, just like his errand boy. "I'll leave the matters here to you. Xingqian will stay here to cooperate with you. You have to strive to control this star region as soon as possible. Then, get along with the cultivators from the Life Star." Zichen instructed. A hint of surprise flashed in Beisai Konghong's eyes, but he didn't ask anything else. He just nodded. "I'm going to Cheng the star region. I'll take Haxiao, Miqing, and Mengshan away. Dazzling will also go with me." As for Zichen's arrangement, no one had any objections, and Zichen considered leaving Xingqian behind. It was also because the other party had some of the soul of the former star ancestor. As for dealing with these matters, it would seem very easy. As for Dazzling, a strong soul was useful to Zichen. In addition, she wasn't good at dealing with such tedious matters. Zichen chose to take her with him. It was worth mentioning. Zambo Haolin was full of adventurous spirit. She was almost unwilling to stay in the family for a moment. After hearing that there seemed to be a treasure in Chengde Star region, she was the first to clamor to go with Zichen. As for this, Zichen didn't object. There was an additional saint beside him. Naturally, his battle prowess would also be stronger, and that Zambo Haolin was even among the saints. Her battle strength was also very high. Other than that, Zichen asked Beisai Konghong and the other two to leave with him. This surprised the three of them. They were also very happy. In addition to the soul being controlled, they didn't have any losses. They even controlled this star region, and their master was Dazzling. During this time, Dazzling didn't make things difficult for them, just as the six of them were about to leave. Huan Kai, on the other hand, was clamoring to follow Zichen. He said that Zichen needed a handyman by his side, and it was precisely Huan Kai who was qualified for this task. Bring a saint to do chores. Zichen smiled when he heard this. He left all the saints here. There were more than a dozen of them. Bringing Huan Kai along wasn't a big deal, so he brought the other party along. They arrived at the edge of the Sin Star region. Huan Kai took the initiative to take out the saint-level aircraft. Zichen and the others boarded it. This Sin Star region was very unique. There were no teleportation arrays to other star regions. If they wanted to leave, they could only rely on the aircraft. However, just as they stepped into this star region, Zichen furrowed his brows. He looked in a certain direction. Chapter 2220. Zichen, who had left the Sin Starfield. He didn't bring the universe origin cauldron with him. Instead, he left it to Xingqian. Once something unexpected happened, those people could still enter it to hide. He believed that in this world, no one had been able to break through the defense of the universe origin cauldron. A group of 7 people. They arrived at the Chung, the starfield. They stepped onto the first planet in this starfield. Just as they stepped on this piece of land, Zichen furrowed his brows. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Beisai Mengshan, who was at the side, said respectfully, "Sir, I'll go and investigate the situation here first." Zichen didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on a certain place. Everyone raised their heads to look at Zichen. They wondered why Zichen was absent-minded. However, after raising their heads, they saw it on Zichen's body. Suddenly, the light of energy surged out. Streaks of lightning power spread out uncontrollably. This lightning power wasn't strong. It was only the energy of the heaven realm, but it was full of oppression. This caused their hearts to tighten uncontrollably. Huan Kai looked around. His expression was tense. He thought that there were enemies hiding in the dark. Boom! Violent energy was completely released from Zi Chen's body. His entire body had turned into lightning. Lightning snakes swam around his body. They were emitting a powerful aura. Sir. Beisai Mengshan and the others watched the scene. They cried out in worry. At this moment, Zi Chen, he didn't seem to be in a good state. His eyes, he was still staring in a certain direction, but there was no spirit in his eyes. He was completely absent-minded. He would say that the situation in front of him, it wasn't Zi Chen's intention. It was deliberately emitted. He looked at the changes in Zi Chen. Brilliant's heart stirred. He seemed to have guessed the reason. Buzz. Zi Chen was surrounded by raging lightning. There was a tremor, an imprint that was emitting a dazzling golden light. It appeared between Zi Chen's eyebrows. It was a lightning mark. It was clear. It was dazzling. Powerful. The mark of the Thunder King clan. It seems like the Thunder King clan is in this star field. Brilliant said after seeing the mark that suddenly appeared on Zi Chen's forehead. He had already guessed the reason for Zi Chen's sudden abnormality. My lord, master. Huan Kai anxiously transmitted to Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen, his entire body, seemed to have evolved from lightning. The lightning mark between his eyebrows became very glaring. The power of thunder was already oppressive to begin with. After the thunder mark appeared, its power seemed to have increased by a large margin. It actually made these saints feel an intense sense of danger. Zi Chen's face was no longer visible. The lightning imprint became the dominant force. Such a turn of events. It attracted the attention of the cultivators in the distance, but sensing the oppressive feeling coming from the space, they did not dare to rashly go forward. Everyone transmitted their voices. Zi Chen seemed to be unable to hear them. This situation continued. It lasted for a full hour. In the distance, many foreign clans had already gathered. They looked in this direction, curiously. The lightning mark between Zi Chen's eyebrows gradually dimmed. The lightning on his body also slowly dissipated. His figure reappeared. The mark between his eyebrows was not completely hidden. It was like a brand that was imprinted between Zi Chen's eyebrows. An inexplicable aura fluctuated. It was emitted from his body. Let's go to that place. Zi Chen raised his hand. He pointed to a certain place. His words were filled with an undeniable tone. The direction that Zi Chen pointed to, it was not a certain direction on this planet. It was a certain direction in the entire star field. The lightning imprint was automatically activated. Zi Chen felt a kind of summoning. It was a kind of summoning that came from the depths of his bloodline. Huan Kai's holy aura was emitted. His eyes coldly swept across the surroundings. Wherever the holy aura passed, the foreign clan's expressions changed drastically. They kept retreating backward. They released their spiritual senses. They quickly retracted them. Huan Kai learned that he had found the teleportation array here. After that, the group walked towards the teleportation array. Zi Chen did not speak along the way. He was in silence. His expression could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Now he was sure. The Thunder Clan's foundation was here. He just did not know the situation of the Thunder Clan. He saw the situation of the other 3 royal clans. Zi Chen was not optimistic about the Thunder Clan situation. According to that call, Zi Chen and the others were in the process of moving forward. They discovered that there were actually many cultivators going the same way as them. They only released a holy aura. Zi Chen had obtained all the clues he needed. The final destination of these people, it was a planet with a supreme treasure. As for what supreme treasure was on that planet, no one knew. No one could even say for sure. They only knew that a supreme treasure was born there. This news had already spread throughout the Chung to Starfield. Many foreign clans were rushing towards that place. They were constantly traveling together. Even later on, it was Zi and the others who followed those people. Zi was completely sure. The direction they were heading. It was the planet where the Thunder Royal clan was. Supreme treasure. What supreme treasure could there be there? Zi's first thought was, it was something on the god of heaven. That was the mission of the Thunder Royal clan when they left the Life Star. It should be considered a supreme treasure. Other than that, Zi couldn't think of any other treasures that the Thunder clan had that these foreign races could use. Take his heavenly thunder wings, for example. He gave it to those foreign clans. They might not be able to control it. Even if they forcefully controlled it, they would not be able to unleash the true power of the heavenly thunder wings. In the constant teleportation, Zi passed through the thunder mark between his eyebrows. He felt that the call was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that he was about to reach a place. After 3 teleportations, Zi came to a planet. This planet was filled with rich lightning power. Stepping on this land, he felt that the lightning power in his body became more active. In the distance, there were many cultivators. They were all here to search for treasures, in a place even further than these cultivators. It was a city that emitted the light of lightning. In the sky above the city, there was a huge whirlpool spinning. Light flickered in the whirlpool from time to time. Bolts of lightning appeared from the whirlpool one after another. They landed in the city. It was a boundless pressure. It came from afar. It made all the cultivators who sensed this pressure. Their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Those cultivators who came to search for treasures. They all stood far away. Their gazes were looking in the direction of the city. They didn't attack the city immediately. Surging holy power fluctuations were circulating. Below the city, holy light kept shining. From time to time, there were loud shouts. Thunderclap, 9th heaven. A somewhat familiar cold shout came from afar. He saw that in the sky outside the city. Suddenly a whirlpool appeared. From this whirlpool, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Bolts of lightning came one after another. It was like a thunder dragon poking its head out, because the lightning power was too rich. It was also the foundation of the Thunder clan. This thunder dragon seemed to be very powerful. It emitted a majestic aura. It made people terrified. Looking at this extremely familiar scene, Zi's expression was a little absent-minded. He was a little surprised. He was a little absent-minded. He was also a little glad. This was Thunderclap, 9th heaven. He had seen it in the Jianwu continent. It was just that it wasn't that powerful back then. The person standing below the whirlpool. He also knew him. He was Lei Dong, whom Zi was deliberately looking for. He was also in existence that he had to kill. What Zi didn't expect was that he had just arrived at this star field. He had just arrived here. He saw Lei Dong, and it was Lei Dong at the saint level. These cultivators didn't attack the Thunder Clan city for a long time. It wasn't because of the whirlpool above the city. It was because of Lei Dong standing in front of the city. With his own strength, he blocked the footsteps of all the foreign races. And at this moment, in front of Lei Dong, there were 2 foreign races standing there. They were also saints. I didn't expect you to be here. He looked at the sky. He looked at the lightning flashing around his body. He was like Lei Dong of a war god. Zi muttered to himself. His expression was indescribably complicated. His eyesight was not bad. His spiritual senses were also very strong. Naturally, he saw on the city wall. When the people of the Thunder Clan looked at Lei Dong, their eyes were filled with worship and anticipation, apprehension and nervousness. Obviously, the other party was no longer that hateful Lei Dong. It was Lei Dong who protected the Thunder Clan. This made Zi not know how to kill him. He stood there. He was silent, right in front of Lei Dong. The 2 foreign race saints standing there. They raised their heads and looked at the whirlpool of lightning. They couldn't help but frown. Then the 2 of them looked at each other. Their hands began to form seals. Around the 2 of them, energy burned. A fierce tiger image formed on the surface of their bodies. These two tigers were almost exactly the same. The tiger's roar spread throughout the world. The sound waves formed spread in all directions. It brought along a sky full of smoke and dust. He didn't know if it was because the power of thunder here was too strong. There was also lightning flashing on the surface of the two tigers' bodies. Fall! Accompanied by Lei Dong's cold shout, the thunder dragon appeared from the whirlpool. He quickly descended to the ground. An earth-shaking tiger roar sounded. The two tigers, one on the left and one on the right, they rushed towards Lei Dong. Boom! 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 The thunder fell first. It landed on the two ferocious tigers. The power of thunder exploded from within. It produced a series of violent sounds. The light of thunder. It filled everyone's sight. Lei Dong's figure disappeared. The two tigers were also drowned by many thunderbolts. Along the way, they could only hear angry tiger roars. No one could see clearly what was happening on the battlefield. Violent energy fluctuations. It made them retreat in horror. Looking forward, Zi Chen's expression became more complicated because he had already found out there were already two foreign race saints' bodies on the ground. The sound of energy explosion disappeared. The violent energy dissipated. Everyone's sight returned. Lei Dong was still standing between heaven and earth. His robe was torn in many places. There were also a few obvious claw marks on his chest. They seemed to be left by the two saints. The two saints retreated. They showed their human forms again. There were more wounds on their bodies. There was still the power of thunder raging on those wounds. He looked at the two coldly. A light flashed in Lei Dong's hand. There was an additional spear that emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 22-21. It was quiet all around. The cultivators who came to search for treasures were all stunned as they watched the battle between two saints. However, even though it was 1 against 2, the two saints still suffered heavy injuries. Looking at Lei Dong, who was charging at them with a spear, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the two saints. The light in their hands changed, and two saint power swords appeared. The two of them tapped their feet in the air, and like two rays of light, they charged at Lei Dong as one with their swords. Light flashed and shone brightly. There was thunder saint power and other saint power. The two of them passed by each other. Lei Dong stopped 100 meters away, his back facing the two saints who had stopped as well. The spear in his hand flashed with lightning, and drops of saint blood dripped down. One of the two saints from before slowly lowered his head and saw that his chest had been pierced through by the spear. Blood flowed out from the wound, and his movements became extremely slow. His face was filled with unwillingness, and there was a touch of fear in his eyes. His body leaned backward and fell straight to the ground. One of the two saints had died. The other one slowly turned around and stared at Lei Dong, whose back was still facing him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he charged forward again. Puff! The shadow of the sword pierced Lei Dong's back, completely piercing through his heart. The joy that had just appeared on the saint's face instantly froze. Puff! A spear flashing with lightning appeared behind him and pierced through his chest. In front of the saint, Lei Dong's figure slowly dissipated. As the second saint fell to his death, Lei Dong's body shook slightly in the air, and the spear in his hand turned into light and dissipated. He used his right hand to cover the deep wound on his left arm that had almost cut off his arm. Streaks of thunder power flowed through his palm into the wound and slowly healed it. After only 3 breaths, Lei Dong let go and no longer cared about the wound that had barely stopped bleeding. His cold gaze swept across the entire area, and his cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. Who else? Hearing this soul-shaking voice, many of the foreign race cultivators subconsciously retreated. Their cultivation levels were too low, and they were only in the heaven realm. How could they dare to show off in front of a saint, even if this was an injured saint? His gaze swept across the crowd, intimidating everyone present. Some of the saints' expressions changed slightly evidently hesitant. Lei Dong's body slowly landed in front of the city. His indifferent voice rang out again. Although I have said many times that there is no treasure here and it is just a scam, since you insist on coming, I, Lei Dong, will accompany you to the end. If you want to enter the city, you have to go through me first. He was bathed in blood, and there were 4 saint corpses at his feet. In the eyes of the world, he looked like a demon god. The crowd was silent, as if everyone was stunned. At this moment, Lei Dong's face flushed red. He was unable to endure and directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spitting out a mouthful of blood seemed to have affected his injuries. His body trembled slightly, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. He had already killed 4 saints today and was about to reach his limit. One of the hesitant saints also walked out slowly after seeing Lei Dong cough up blood. He stopped 100 meters away from Lei Dong and said indifferently, "You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. If you continue to hold on, you will die a horrible death." On the city wall, a dignified voice rang out, "Lei Dong, come back." Lei Dong didn't turn around. He knew that he couldn't go back. More and more alien races were coming. If he couldn't stop them, the city behind him was destined to be destroyed. Those from the Thunder Clan in the city were destined to die. The thunder spear that had just disappeared reappeared in his hand. He looked at that saint and said, coldly, "Cut the crap. If you want to die, come." The saint laughed coldly and rushed toward Lei Dong. Lei Dong held the thunder spear and flapped his thunder wings. In the crowd, many saints watched this scene indifferently, without any change in expression. As for the Heavenly Realm experts, they were watching the battle in horror. After 15 minutes, the battle ended. That saint fell into a pool of blood. Lei Dong's abdomen was completely penetrated. He used the thunder spear to support his body, not letting himself fall. Sweat, mixed with blood, dripped from his forehead, dripping onto the dark red ground that seemed to have been soaked in blood. During this period of time, countless foreign races had died at his hands, and the number of saints had almost reached double digits. But today, Lei Dong slowly turned his head and looked at the cold figures in the crowd. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These saints were all like idiots. Their brains were all one-track minded, and they probably wouldn't leave. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to continue protecting the Thunder Clan. Luckily, Lei Dong didn't continue thinking, because another saint walked out of the crowd. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. He stopped in front of Lei Dong and said, "I'll kill you, then kill my way into the city." Lei Dong knew that it was useless to try to persuade them. These people were all idiots. They were just like Ziqin. Lei Dong hated Ziqin and felt disgusted. Since he hated them, he could only kill. In his body, the saint-level thunder force slowly flowed around his body, healing his injuries. The light around his body became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was as dazzling as thunder. Another battle began, Lord. Huan Kai looked at Ziqin in confusion and called him Lord countless times. Ziqin's expression was calm, but he was in a dilemma in his heart. He did not say a word. Guang Yao, who could tell what was going on, also chose to remain silent. Along the way, Ziqin's character was gentle and full of responsibility. He had made great contributions to the Life Star, but this time when he came to the Thunder Clan, he showed an extremely rare cold side. There must be some kind of grudge. If it was not against the Thunder Clan, then it was against the Thunder Clan saint. This time, the battle lasted for an hour. The saint collapsed and died. Lei Dong sat on the ground. His injuries were very serious, and he looked like he had no more strength to fight. On the city wall of the Thunder Clan, many Thunder Clan cultivators' eyes were red. They looked at the scene unwillingly, and their eyes were filled with worry for Lei Dong. Lei Dong, who was covered in blood and could not stand up, still said coldly, "Who else?" Lei Dong was already seriously injured, but he still killed 2 saints. Now that he could not stand up, no one dared to underestimate him. There were many saints present. Some of them were shocked by Lei Dong's current state of mind, but there were still some who looked cold. 2 of them walked out from the crowd. They were obviously worried that Lei Dong, who looked like he was about to die, would explode with powerful killing power again, so they chose to attack together. Lei Dong's expression did not change. He gritted his teeth and supported the thunder spear. He tried to stand up, but he did not succeed after a few tries. He smiled faintly and said, "I can also kill while sitting down." Seeing Lei Dong like this, Ziqin, who was in a dilemma, finally decided to abandon everything else and focus on protecting the Thunder Clan first. He let out a long sigh and stepped forward. The two saints were also moving forward, but their speed was not fast. They released their saint aura, as if they wanted to put more pressure on Lei Dong. But Lei Dong was expressionless. His seriously injured body was trying to gather new Thunder Saint energy. Since he had decided to show up, Ziqin's speed was a little faster. Soon he walked out of the crowd. On this battlefield, there was a fourth person. Everyone's eyes fell on Ziqin. After sensing Ziqin's aura, which was obviously from the Life Star, they were all stunned. Who is he? He seems to be a Heaven Realm warrior. A Heaven Realm warrior coming out now. Isn't he looking for death? Look at the mark on his forehead. It seems to be the same as the people here. Does he think that he can change everything by walking out? Whispers arose everywhere. Before he used his physical strength, Ziqin was just a Heaven Realm warrior. No one thought that a Heaven Realm warrior could change anything. On top of the city wall, the other members of the Lei clan also noticed Ziqin's existence. However, they were different from the foreign races. They were paying attention to the golden lightning imprint on Ziqin's forehead. That was the highest grade imprint in the Lei clan. They didn't know Ziqin's identity, but they knew that this young man with the golden mark wasn't ordinary. Walking out of the crowd, Ziqin walked toward Lei Dong. Seeing this, the two alien tribe saints stopped in the distance. Unlike the others who stopped when they were still a distance away from Lei Dong, Ziqin walked directly toward Lei Dong. When Lei Dong saw Ziqin, his face didn't change much. He wasn't surprised or astonished, as if he already knew that Ziqin would come here. However, his blood-covered face revealed a bloody sneer. Ziqin stopped 3 meters away from Lei Dong. He looked at Lei Dong and said, "I've been here for a long time." Looking at Ziqin's calm expression, the sneer on Lei Dong's face became more and more intense. He couldn't help but mock. "I already knew that you would come. I thought that you would only show up after I died, but you showed up earlier than I expected. As expected of Ziqin, as expected of the idiot in my heart. I believe that although you were watching the battle earlier, you felt uncomfortable in your heart. Perhaps you were blaming yourself." Ziqin was silent. Lei Dong suddenly laughed out loud. "Idiot, you are indeed an idiot. On the surface, you have killed countless people, but in your heart, you are still so weak. We are enemies, old enemies, and we will not rest until one of us is dead. You, an idiot, are actually hesitating and struggling. If I were you, I would wait and see, and then give the final fatal blow." "Haha, idiot, now tell me why you're here. If you're here to kill me, although I can't wait to turn your bones into ashes and eat your flesh and drink your blood, I'll respect you from the bottom of my heart for what you've done today." Lei Dong looked at Ziqin and said crazily, "Now tell me, are you here to kill me? Kill me like a man.